Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's make a start to the training. I know it's going to be late for some of you who are dialing in from a time zone that's a lot later than what we are here. And for that, thank you very much for participating even under these difficult circumstances at this later time. It's going to be a late evening for you, and we do appreciate that you take part in our seminars. Okay, I can see somebody's found already there. We see from Alex, he's sent a message in the chat window saying hello to everybody. So if you look at your Zoom screen, you will see hopefully a bubble with a little icon that somebody's written into the chat window. And just like to point out, that's a fantastic tool to use during the training to ask questions. So if you have a question and I'm talking so much that you can't get your question in over voice, then type it into the chat window. And what I'll do is I'll review that every few minutes and see if I can see anything new, and then we can stop and answer the questions. Just something we can try to do. I would ask that during the training that you keep your microphones on the mute setting, unless you specifically want to ask a question. If you take yourself off mute, ask the question, and then go back to mute, then hopefully this will be a successful training, okay? Right, the difficult part that we have now is the confirmation of everybody who is here. So I'm going to share my screen with an Excel table, and on the Excel table is the people who asked to attend the training. And if you're here, as I go through the list, I can make a tick against your name. And if you're not on the list, then you will have to tell me, okay? So if you see that you're missing from the list of names, then either take yourself off mute and tell me, or type into the chat window, which is probably the easier option. Type into the chat window who you are, which company, and we will work with that, okay? Because after the training finishes, we will create certificates that you have attended training with us, and we will send you the certificates via mail, okay? You will receive at some point in the future a certificate that you attended the training, okay? Now, if you require a certificate beforehand, before it actually comes through on the normal post, then let me know and I can email a copy of this certificate for you, okay? So let me start. I'm going to share my screen and share the Excel table with the names. So hopefully you can see this name table. Lucian, I did see you on the dial-in. Can you please just do me a favor, if you can, is come off mute and say yes, if it's possible.
Hello,
yeah.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see I'll tick you off on the list. You can see this Excel spreadsheet, okay? Okay, do we have...
Yeah, okay.
Do we have Soren?
Yes, he is with me.
Kostin?
As well?
Yes, I'm here.
And Konstantin?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is that everybody? Is that everybody who is attending from Vitalare in Romania?
Yep, the four of us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is from Roban's training. Please either respond via the microphone or via the chat window whatever is easier for you. Okay, I need to see Alem Yuhu. Please excuse me if I pronounce your name incorrectly.
No problem.
You could tell me how it is pronounced correctly, but in 1 hour when you talk to me again, because I'm getting very old, I will probably have forgotten. Okay, so please excuse.
No problem.
So I can see your name there. Robel is also present. Okay,
Yes, he's present.
Yeah, okay, he's present, thank you. Mosisa is also present.
Yes, he's also here.
Thank you. Nobody else from Roban's training company?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Okay. Now, also to everybody else, if you notice a mistake in the way the names are actually written on the customer column here, if you notice any mistake in your name or the customer column, then please let me know and just send it through the chat so that I can see the correct spelling for it, and I will make a correction so that everything is correct when you receive your certificates in the mail. Okay, Linda, do we have, oh sorry, I don't want to miss Akail. Diogo, I believe I saw you. Yep, I can see you on the screen. Can you respond? Okay, Diogo, let's see you there. Madeline from Linda is, I can see Madeline, cannot see.
I'm here.
Yeah, I see you, Madeline. I can see also Oscar.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, and Hakan.
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Are you guys happy with just Linda on the certificate, or would you like me to put anything else there?
No, it's fine.
Just Linda?
You can write Knivsta if you want.
Sorry, Linda who?
Knivsta.
Knivsta. Okay, you'll have to send me that in the chat window so I
Okay.
can spell it correctly, or by email, either way. Thank you very much. Okay, the company Gates Thailand. Okay, with titles Dr. Sompal.
Yes, he's here.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Srifa, I saw Srifa.
I am.
I
It's
saw you
me.
working.
Yeah.
Yep. Mr. Nopadon,
I'm here.
thank you very much. Mrs. Malawan,
Malawan also here, but she cannot unmute her microphone.
thank you. Mrs. Srifung, or Ms. Srifung, sorry. Mr. Pum,
Mr. Pum here.
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah. Mr. Fatanakit, so here or not? Can somebody confirm if he's here?
Yes, he is here.
Okay. Ms. Suthasini,
She is near me.
yeah, thank you. Mr. Saishon,
Yeah, it's Saichon.
thank you. Mr. Suramat,
He is here.
thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Okar Tilly, Mr. Wynne. Is anybody from the company Carie? I'm just looking on the screen at the names and I cannot see anybody. Okay, we'll miss at the moment. We'll come. Hello? Troy Gower, yeah, I can see you there. Thank you. Okay, Pakistan Oxygen. Do we have the Pakistan Oxygen here?
Yes, we are.
Okay, can you confirm, let's just try this way. Can you confirm the 4 names that you see on the screen? These people are present. Is that easier to do that than go through the list?
We are present.
Yeah? Okay, thank you. Yishin Company, is somebody from there?
Yes,
Yes.
Can you see all the names? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 people who have
Already
registered.
have.
Yeah, all 8 people
Yeah,
are present.
already have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, from Vikas Vietnam, Thando.
I'm
Thank you.
here.
Yeah.
Yes,
Anifco, as a representative for Anifco, can you confirm all 4 people and the names? Anybody? Okay, we'll come back to them later. PT Andra Primayaya. Anybody from this company? Okay. Okay, nothing from PT Andra. If you're trying to communicate and it's not working, please use the chat. Friends in Baywater in the UK. Paul? Anybody there?
Hello?
Okay. Anybody from Baywater, UK?
Yeah, I'm from Baywater, yeah.
Hi, Aidan. Yeah, I can just see you now. Sorry. Do you know if any of your colleagues are?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. They're in a different depot, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Just that I can't confirm their attendance, so I will not be able to issue a certificate. And the next English language training is probably only available through our US colleagues. So it's...
You've ticked Neil's name there instead of mine, sorry.
Apologies. Yeah.
Sorry, no worries.
Yeah. Okay. If you could, if you know any of these and if you have like access to email to them or to their boss, then if you could fire one off to see if they're still going to attend, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Yeah, that would be great. Just if they join in a little bit late, then I'm not too worried, but if they don't attend at all, then it's difficult. Okay. Anybody who's not on this list who I haven't called out, if you could please send me your name through the chat window, as previously said. And if you don't see me do it, I can see, for example, that I need to add Utsa Ola to the Pakistan Oxygen team. Thank you for updating me there. I will do that soonest. Okay, so I'm seeing the messages. that you're sending me. And Madeline, I can see your update for the Linda gas canister. Thank you very much. Okay, last chance, anybody? If you don't have it in the chat, speak to me now. Fantastic. Okay, I apologize, it is a bit of a difficult process at the start for this training to confirm who's attending and who isn't, and you can understand that we need to make some form of confirmation when we're doing the training so that we can issue certificates to the correct people. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, so let's stop that share on spread. A bit about myself. My name is Jim Gibson. I'm the technical service lead for Europe, and I'm also the training manager in Europe. So it sounds all very posh and everything else, but basically it just means that I'm in charge of organizing the training schools in Europe for the customers, whether it be for the liquid oxygen products or for the oxygen concentrator products. And also we do a military product which we sell through a certain distributor, and I would be in charge of that as well. And I also look after the day-to-day running on the technical service team. So any emails, calls, and things like that are coming through to the technical service email address during European hours, myself and my team, we will look after them kind of issues there. Okay. So today, the agenda, we have a very tight agenda. I don't want to drag it too long for you guys. I know some of you are going to be here quite late into the evening, so I don't want it to go on for too long. We're going to try and get through as much of this as possible. Okay, we do have some like short introduction that I'm doing now. Talk about safety, talk about the reservoirs or the base units for the liquid oxygen product line, and we'll discuss different topics on them. I will do some demonstrations. It won't all be PowerPoint, and we do have one or two videos for examples of problems that are happening, okay, and the solutions for them problems. So we do have a little bit of a mixed program for you during today. And then once we've done all of that, basically it would repeat itself for the liquid oxygen portable equipment. Okay. Contact information, we have a central technical service email address that we run, and basically if you have an inquiry, no matter what, if it's to do with technical issues, then you would send it to technical service. If it's to do with product availability and pricing and stuff like that, and when your next delivery would be coming and things like that, then you need to contact your customer service representative, okay, for your area. So whoever that is, whoever you would normally get in touch with to make orders, they're the people you need to speak to about pricing and about deliveries and availability and things like that. But if you're having a technical issue, if a delivery turns up at your doorstep and there's something wrong with the delivery, if the components are defective or something like that, that would be the kind of time that you would use the techservice.global email and contact us, and we would then do our best to get you help as quick as possible. Now, we employ a data collection service for all our emails and a monitoring system. So if you're going to write an email, please write either to the customer service email address for your area or write to the technical service. Please don't include both, because what happens when the email comes to us, it makes what we call the case in the system, and then it would create two cases, which just means that all the information in our system would be duplicated. So either send it to customer service or send it to technical service. That way one case will be created and we'll work it and send it back and forward internally if required, okay? So please, if you can, oh, sorry, apologies there. The technical service team, you can see there's quite a few of us covering the team for global. We have Troy Baker, who sits in Buffalo, New York. He's the technical service manager. You probably won't have a lot of interaction with Troy. He generally sits behind us, and if we have any issues that we can't deal with, then the technical service team would speak to him. So generally you're not going to see anything unless there's a really large issue that he may get involved in where his decision is needed. But very unlikely that you'll see anything from him other than he may get copied into an email as an information. My counterpart in the US, Shane Dockery, he runs the technical service team, basically supervises them. He sits in Ball Ground in Georgia, which is approximately 30, 40 miles from Atlanta. Okay, he sits near the factory, in the factory there with his team. Myself in Germany, Clifford, John, Jesse, and Darian. They all work out of the office in the US, and Christian and Loic work for me here in Europe. So I have a slightly smaller team to work with for Europe. Okay. But anytime you can see, if you send an email to the Tech Service Global team, you could expect an answer from any of the guys that are listed on this particular slide. Okay, we try to cover each other's areas. So if you send an email in the morning, it'll get to me before my colleagues are awake. I'll either answer it. If I can't answer it, or I'm out of office and my colleagues are doing something, then it would follow on and one of my American colleagues would pick it up in their time zone. So it gives you pretty much full coverage for your email inquiries for technical issues. Okay. We also have our internet page. Now, if you go to careinc.com, okay, and go through a series of links, which I'll show you in a minute, it will take you to what we call the Knowledge Center. Now, the Knowledge Center is full of fantastic information. The information that you can find there is things like the cut sheets. The cut sheets are brochures, really, just short information brochures about our products, what they can do. You get to see what they look like and things like that. It's just a 1 or 2 page document to give you a quick bit of information on the actual products. Moving on from that, you'll have like catalogs with things like accessories you may require, where you could find details of cannulas, filling adapters, particular to the liquid oxygen products, kind of things that you would need for service. We do operating instructions for the users. Every product we sell will come with an operating instruction, but if that goes missing and you need a replacement, then you can go online to the operating instructions, download for the particular product you're looking for, and print out that document. Or you can look at the document number that you're looking for. I'll show you that in a second. And that document number will actually allow you to order these parts. Now, obviously, if you order them through our customer service department, you would receive a professionally printed document, and therefore you would have to pay for it. Okay, but again, you can download the PDF if you're happy with that kind of situation. Download the PDF, print it out, and pass it on to the patients if the original manual goes missing or is just in a bad condition that you can't use it. More important for us, as we're doing technical training today, technical manuals, everything that I cover, all the information that I give today is general information, which is related to all our products. So you're going to have like a general PowerPoint on saturation, which would be related to all our products. But if you want it particularly for one type of model, you can go online and download a technical manual for that particular product, okay? And it covers all the good stuff that we're going to cover today. Parts lists are a separate document. If you need something, we'll go through this again in a second. The parts lists are available for our current products. If you have older products and you can't find the parts list for that product online, okay, then send an email to technical service, tell them what you need. If possible, a short picture, a little picture of what it is that you're requiring, and the serial number of the equipment is very helpful. That kind of information will help us to get you the right part if it's available. And finally, something that you might also find on there would be the med tips. The med tips are printed monthly. We send them out to our customers via distribution list. If you want to be on this distribution list, then please send an email and request, okay? Send an email to techservice.global@caring.com, request to go on the distribution list, and we will put you on there each month. You will automatically get the med tips. Or you can go online and from there find the most up-to-date med tips, okay? So, I'll just stop the share there a second. To bear with me, please, while I start up another screen. Okay, so I have a link to this knowledge center directly set up. You can see there all the different tabs. If I click on the plus at the side, it will give me the different documents to choose from, and then I can download them. For example, I'll just click a random document. It's a concentrator, but it doesn't really matter. And it will download this cut sheet, for example. So you can see different information on that one there. And for the liquid oxygen, let's just click one. We have it in French, a cut sheet information. So you could download that information if French was what you would prefer for a particular purpose, okay? You can see different information there. Okay, that's on our knowledge center there for cut sheets. Other information under literature. If I go to liquid oxygen, because that's what we're doing, we're going to be doing service testing later on, and you're going to need some equipment to do that testing if you don't have it already, and you would find that in the accessories for service testing, okay? And here is, for example, some of the kinds of equipment that you would need to do the testing. All listed with part numbers, for example here, different adapters that you would need. The part number for these adapters is all available there. Now, if you're unsure what you require after the training, then please send us an email. Tell us what you think you possibly need, and we can confirm it or give you further advice on what's available. Okay, so there is a lot of information online, a lot of equipment. I mean, one of the biggest things what our customers sometimes require is this capacitance meter. When doing testing on liberators, this is a very useful tool to have, and so they can order this directly from us, and the part number is there. I'm going to do a demonstration later on what this is for, and you will see it, and you'll need to make a decision if you need it or not. Okay. That's the accessory. User manuals. Like I said, the user manuals, you can download them, or if you look here on the liquid oxygen one, there is actually a number, B-701417-00 on this one, which would get me the operating manual for companion portable and the reservoir. So if your patient destroys the manual and requires a replacement, or you remove an equipment from a patient and want to give it to another patient but need a manual, then you can either order this number and get a brand new manual, or download the PDF and print it out. Okay, either option, really up to you what you can do. Technical manuals, we'll be covering these later on the build-up, but again, the technical manuals, they do have a number, but these you cannot order. You can only download these and print them out. Okay, we don't print the technical manual as such. We only make it available as a PDF, and the part number is for us internally for our system. Okay, but just so you can see the build-up on a Liberator technical manual, for example. And pretty much all our manuals have the same kind of build-up. Okay, you'll see different information as you go through. Table of contents, starting about how they work, how to unpack them, the operation, the maintenance, troubleshooting, charts, etc. This kind of thing we will cover later on in the presentation, okay? Different things, talk about the maintenance, the troubleshooting, the charts that are available, and stuff like that. So all good information there. Here you can see some specifications if you need them. Okay. So the technicians amongst you that are taking part in the training, this is a great area to go to and get these documents. Now these documents are actually what our service technicians are using in our facilities. So it's not like something we just print for you guys and say, here you go. We will actually use these documents as well. And what we do is we try not to print them. What we do is we have a PC screen at each repair desk, and the technician will open the service manual from the online web page, and that way he's pretty much guaranteed to always be using the latest information when he's doing his testing. So if you do decide to make a printout, then please put in place some kind of check that you check the relevant version is up to date, what you printed, okay? Because what you print today may be out of date tomorrow. You just never know, okay? So just please bear that in mind if you're going to print out technical manuals in your service centers. Okay, parts lists. We generally get quite a lot of inquiries in reference to what part numbers, and pretty much I would say 90 to 95% of the time the part numbers would be available online for the people. So if I need a part number for a Liberator valve, for example, I can go to the parts lists, open it up, and here I have pictures. I want this part, I want this filling valve, so it's part number 72, and I know that there's only one of them because that's the bubble. For here, I can see these screws and these washers are part number 73 and part number 74, but for this particular unit, there will be 2 of this type of screw and 2 of this type of washer. So either I'll order 2 brand new ones, or I can order them individually. The numbers here will relate to this table. So shrink that down a little bit. So in the example I showed you, you could see the configurable list for the Liberator. The key is the numbers on the parts. So 72 would be the filling valve. 73 and 74 would have been the screw and the washer, and it will give you the relevant part numbers for these parts. Okay, so it's quite easy. The parts lists are quite detailed, as you can see here. Okay, and particularly for the Liberator, if you've been ordering Liberator products, you can see there's two different types of valve here, and both are listed. So if you're working on a Liberator and you notice it has this type, it will tell you to go to part number 7. And if I go to part number 7 on the list, excuse me, it will tell you the design and the dates, okay, before the, okay, so, and which one that you should then order. In situations like this, if you're unsure, then just send us a quick picture of the part and ask us, and we'll help you identify which part number that you require, okay? That's not a drama at all. Sometimes it can be confusing, but if you're not sure which model you have, you can send a picture. We will do our best to get you the right part number, okay? So that's Liberator as an example. Let's just open another random product. Let's just go to Companion, for example. And you can see on there's pretty much the same kind of build up with the pictures with the numbers and then a table. Okay, instead of it saying key, it says bubble. It's the only difference. Okay, and the quantities are listed in the table. So generally, the people who work in the technical area can generally find the parts they need very easily. Okay, and then you can write down the part number and order the part you want through your customer service representative. Okay, nice and simple there. Does anybody have any questions? Am I missing any questions from the chat? Can't see nothing. Okay, one other thing to cover before we move on is med tips. We talked about med tips coming out monthly. Okay, we're still waiting for May to be released, but we have January, February, March, April this year. Let's just open a med tip from last month. And this med tip, it goes through certain things. It'll give you information when the next training is, okay? If required. We'll talk about some things, product updates, excuse me. So you can see product updates, talks about availability for certain parts, and gives you a description of them below. Helpful hints and facts, doing pressure testing for a concentrator, for example. So these documents will give good information generally. What we do is we look at the kind of inquiries that are coming into our desks each month, and if we see a large amount of inquiries on a particular subject, then we will put some information in the med tips so that information then reaches all of our customers if that seems to be something that's on everybody's hearts. Okay. We also list updates, which we started to do recently. If we're making updates to documents, we're now printing that in the med tips as well. So you can see, for example, we updated the Sprint and the Stroller Technical Service Manual. It's now at revision P. So if you have them products, you have a bit of an at-a-glance help there to see what the current value is for the manual, okay? So, but again, this is just a quick guide. Please check against the full list under the technical manuals tab on our page, okay? So, the only thing to, like I said, with the med tips, if you want this document to come to your email automatically, you have to request it. We can't just say, oh, you attended training, we're going to send it. we unfortunately, we need to take an email request from you to put your name onto the list. So please, if you want to send an email to the tech service global at caring.com. Right, so other things, look at the med tips, the different parts. It's going all the way back to 2010. So there's a lot of information from 2010 all the way up to the latest one, which was released in April. Okay, now it always makes sense if you're searching for some information for something, or you're just doing some, like you think something may have changed and you want to see if there was a med tip about it, we always recommend to start at the most recent and work your way backwards. That way, if we've made several changes over the years to different things or different products, then you will get the most latest change and not something that may have already been changed and then updated again and again over the 10, 11 years that we're publishing the med tips for. Okay, so just bear that in mind when you're looking for information here on med tips. Okay, any questions so far? I'm just looking here, I can see Fan Tan, what is included in the webinar part of the website? Oh, apologies. Maybe we're starting to build up information on our on our products. We're starting to make like our training presentations available online. So you would probably start to see that kind of information become available there. Okay. So over time, moving forward, it's our aim to make a lot of the information that we do in our service training, the presentations, the videos and things like that, to make them available through that kind of area. So keep an eye on that and you will see it updating over time, okay? All right, anything else? I'm just looking. Am I recording this training? I'm not recording this training because the volume of people attending, I've tried to record in the past, and due to the volume and the bandwidth, we just had issues and it messed with the training. So unfortunately, we're not recording this. I will make the presentation available. So if I've put a tick against your name for attending the training, then I will send the presentation to you as a PDF, so a smaller file, or as a WeTransfer link that you can download the presentation after the training is finished. Probably by the end of the week, you should receive a WeTransfer link to download the training. Okay, so unfortunately, like I said, we have problems with that. Right, let's push on. I'm just trying to pop out the chat so I can keep a better eye on it. Can be a bit Right, so that was the web page. Remember to get to that web page, caring.com, and look through business support and the different products. Okay, it can take a bit of time to get there. Once you get to this page, then bookmark it so that it's always there. It's a simple what I do. You can see on the slide the full link, caring.com, provider, business support, and then Knowledge Center. If you copy that, then it will get you to the Knowledge Center. And like I said, I will send a link to you all for this presentation and make it available. Okay, and that's just a little bit. Okay, introduction to the liquid oxygen and safety. Now, I realize a lot of you have been working in this business for a few years, and liquid oxygen safety is something that you will have covered, but we do need to go through it again. It's part of something that we really have to do. Okay, so liquid oxygen itself, the characteristics, it's a cryogenic gas, okay? It's formed by compressing gas oxygen to the point of liquefaction. Now, I'm not the big scientist, okay? But what I understand is that if you take a gas and compress it, and then at the point of exit, say for example, you have a very small hole and the gas is trying to exit through that hole. When you compress it, where it comes out the hole, it's actually colder than what it would be in the chamber. So the actual gas temperature would be colder at the exit point than what it would be inside the chamber that's holding all the gas, okay? And this was discovered that if you do this and compress it enough and over enough periods of time, you can actually make the gas turn into a liquid, okay? And that's sort of like what we do, but we let it work the other way. We take a liquid and we let it boil off and turn into a gas. Now, boil off is a great point because liquid oxygen will boil around about minus 183 degrees Celsius, or the Fahrenheit equivalent you can see on the slide there. Okay, so minus 297.4 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the boiling point. Now, if we take normal water that we would drink, its boiling point would be 100 degrees Celsius. Okay, so there's a massive difference there on the difference of the boiling points. Now, believe me on this, liquid oxygen itself is odorless, it is tasteless, and it's a pale blue in color. Now, you won't be able to, like I say, you won't be able to smell it. Don't try sticking your tongue in it just to prove that I'm wrong. Okay, you're going to get in a lot of pain if you do that. Believe me, it doesn't taste like anything, and it is a pale blue color to it. Okay, you can see in the slide a vial with some liquid oxygen inside it there, and you can sort of like see the pale blue color that it has. But it is something you should believe. Expansion ratio, important slide for us people, because we can see that if we have one component of liquid oxygen, it will give us 860 components of gas. So that means for us that we can build equipment that are relatively small, okay, for home care use, fill them with a small amount of liquid oxygen, and then create from that a high volume of oxygen gas. Now, it means that the very small equipments, like the portable equipments, for example, they're coming in and weighing in at a couple of kilograms when they're full, and from that we can get enough gas produced from that small volume of liquid oxygen to last nearly a whole day on smaller litre per minute volumes, okay? Obviously, if we've got a portable equipment that's producing 15 litres per minute for a patient, it's going to run out of gas quite quickly, but generally patients who are on the lower volumes of oxygen, they're going to get a complete day use out of a liquid oxygen portable unit. Okay, So that gives them, because of that, it gives them something that's very small, lightweight, and they can move about with it. They struggle to move about in their day-to-day business because of their breathing difficulties and their illnesses, but we give them something that will help them to stay mobile. And that's quite important for them. I mean, to be able to go out and walk through the park, or to do the day-to-day shopping, go to work, for example, that keeps them going strong a bit longer than if they were just stuck at home unable to do anything, okay? So, big advantage here, okay, of the liquid oxygen. From the other side, liquid oxygen, certain units, they don't even need a battery. So you can run a unit without a battery and not have to worry about anything, okay? The only reason, like for like other equipments to have a battery would be so that they can monitor things like the volume of liquid left inside the tank. But we'll cover the different parts on the units as we move through the presentation. Okay, hopefully the pace and the way I'm talking is good enough that everybody can understand me. Please don't feel embarrassed if you can't understand what I'm saying. Sometimes I have a very broad Scottish accent. It comes across and makes it difficult for people to understand what I'm saying. If you're having difficulty, please let me know, and I will cover again what I've said, or put it into the chat window to make it easier for you to understand, okay? We do our best to make sure that you're understanding the information what we're giving you. Okay. We have what's called, as part of the safety, what we call the fire triangle. Now, the principle on the fire triangle is that basically oxygen itself isn't flammable. It won't just can't just have oxygen and woof, it'll burst into flames or whatever. You need two other things, okay? You need a heat source and you need a source of fuel, okay? So three things you need: oxygen, heat, and the fuel. Now, the fuel could be anything. It could be like all the day-to-day things that we may work about, our clothing, coal for a coal fire, wood fire, paper, plastics, sugar. All these kind of things can be classed as a fuel. And we've got the oxygen already. All we need to do then is add heat. So, for example, a patient with a liquid oxygen unit, wearing clothing and has a cannula in the nose, who then smokes a cigarette, has all three things that they need. They've got all three the ingredients. So they're living a very dangerous life if that's how they're operating, okay? Because the oxygen that you need only needs to be around about 24% to make it burn very quickly, okay? But what you can then say is we are working in oxygen at 99.9% values when we're working with liquid oxygen, okay? So, okay, I see if no flame, the combustible will be ignited or not. If you're using a cigarette, the burning end of the cigarette is hot enough to ignite the oxygen because of the purity of the oxygen, because it's very, very high purity oxygen, it will ignite very quickly. We did have a video to show this. Unfortunately, we don't show it as part of the presentation, but believe me, we do have incidents where liquid oxygen equipments have set on fire because the person has smoked while using them, okay? And what happens then is basically when they take the cigarette to their mouth, it's so close to the nose, some of the oxygen is escaping around the side of the cannula and it ignites the cannula starts to burn the plastic, okay? It's one of our fuels. We have the oxygen and then the heat, and it burns, and then it will burn pretty much through the whole cannula all the way down to the liquid oxygen equipment, okay? And this is one of the reasons that the liquid or the oxygen equipment would have to have like a metallic output, for example. So if you check an oxygen concentrator, it would have like an aluminium alloy connection for it, for example. Did somebody try to ask a question via talking or? Okay. So Paul, are you happy with that answer? Okay, I'm not seeing a response. I'll take that as a yes, but again, feel free to continue firing the questions into the chat. This is great interaction. The more you interact, the better the training will be. So please feel free to ask questions throughout. Okay, this is just again to go on about the smoking. We do get people that get injured because they've been smoking around the equipments, and we do get equipments that come back for investigation because of it. We class these as an incident, and they must be investigated. Actually, in Germany, if somebody was to get injured while using a liquid oxygen equipment, then they would have to call the police to investigate why that person was injured. You know, it's quite serious, treated quite seriously, and that's the kind of thing. So when you put in these equipments with the patients, you have to tell the patients to be very careful and explain all about this, okay? Dress for success. If you're working in the filling stations, some of the technical people will understand this maybe a little bit better. Where the oxygen equipment is filled up, the people there need to be working safely. So they need to be thinking along the lines of wearing long sleeve shirts, gloves, safety shoes, okay, covering for the face, just in case there is any leakage or any squirting of liquid oxygen. Remember, liquid oxygen is minus 183 degrees Celsius, and if that hits your skin, it's going to cause a cold burn. So please be aware of that when working with the equipment. So, and as we say, dress for success. You can see in the bottom right slide here a picture of somebody who's touched the filling hose here, in this, like in this example. If you look where I'm pointing with the mouse, and where he's touched that, it's caused a cold burn on his hand, and his hand is blistered up. That's a typical kind of thing where the operator forgets to put his gloves back on. He gets distracted when working, forgets to put his glove back on if he's taking it off for whatever reason, and then touches the filling hose. This is the kind of thing that can happen. Okay, for home use, for the patients, it's not so much an issue because they have the plastic protection around the equipment. So when they're filling, the plastic is there. It's designed to help keep the equipment at the temperatures we want them at, but also as a protection for the patients when they're doing the filling. Okay, this is generally for people who are at the filling stations or the lorries that are driving around to locations to fill up the equipment for the patients. Okay, any questions on safety? Okay, I'm just looking in, so service teams, cloths or bath with oxygen vapor gives it a chance to combust. It's something that's there, it's something to be very aware of. So if they're working, if your service team and their clothing gets sprayed with liquid oxygen, Generally, it's going to evaporate very quickly, but if it was a large soak and it takes a bit of time, they've still only got two things, haven't they? They've got the oxygen and they've got the fuel. They don't have the heat source. So that's the safety there, because they're not going to be smoking. Your service team are not going to be smoking while they do repairs to liquid oxygen. You would sort of like hope that they wouldn't be doing that, so they should be safe there. Okay.
อะไรพริกแห้งพริกเหรอ
I'm not sure who's Strifa, if that's you. I'm going to place you on.
ข้าวมาใส่รถ
Okay, any other questions on liquid oxygen or the safety? Okay, so the main points there, okay, just to reiterate, remember, one piece of liquid oxygen will give us 860 pieces of oxygen gas. That enables us to produce pretty small, lightweight equipment for patients to stay mobile, or the larger base units, which will go in the home and last them for a week, 2 weeks, depending on how much oxygen they use daily. Okay, that kind of thing. The safety, remember, you need 3 ingredients. You need heat, you need oxygen, and you need a fuel. And put 3 of them together, that's when it becomes dangerous. Take one of them away, which would generally be the heat. Generally, we keep the heat away because it's like in the chat window, you have clothing on. No, I would think that nobody would be working naked in the service departments, okay? So they were going to have the clothing on, that would be the fuel, the oxygen would be there, but we keep the heat away and as much as possible for our safety. Okay. So, the liquid oxygen reservoir products, we have basically 3 models that are currently out in use with our various customers. Now, some of these we don't sell anymore. So, for example, we stopped selling the companion models, okay? But there is a very large volume of companion equipment still being sold, still being used by our customers. So there is still support for parts and inquiries on all 3 of these models, okay? So just be aware of that. Just because we don't sell something doesn't mean that we're not providing parts or support for it. So just inquire, ask your customer service or your technical service rep if you need something, and we'll tell you if we can supply or not. Start off with the Helios equipments. Now, the Helios equipments come in 2 different models. You have a universal model and you have a standard model. And basically, many years ago, the Helios standard was brought onto the market, and the Helios standard was limited in as far as you could only use it with Helios portable equipment, okay? Now, the way the filling valve sits and some other options made it extremely difficult to, so when they were designed, they couldn't use any other equipment with it. The company that built them was actually producing companion and Helios, but they found that their companions were not compatible with the standard model. So what they did was they did a slight redesign on the standard model and came up with the universal. Now, the universal model will actually fill any of the companion or the Helios models that were sold in the old days. And now that we sell Liberator, Stroller, Spirit, stuff like that, if they are a top fill variant, they can be filled on a Helios, okay? So they're all compatible. I have a slide in a minute that will cover all the different vessels and what they can fill. But the big thing to take away here, Helios standard would only fill Helios portables. Here it goes into a little bit more depth. You can see on the right-hand side, the Helios standard, the position here for the filling valve. This connection here sits deeper into the plastic housing, okay, than on the universal. It's quite high up on the universal, and the next slide will show you this would be a companion portable where there's an indent going in, as opposed to the Helios where it's very low down. Now, if you think on the Helios is very low down, that will enable it to connect with this one or this one, but because of the companion of this position here, when you try to connect to this vessel here, it won't sit far down enough to enable the connection. And that's the biggest reason there that it won't work. So just bear that in mind. Okay, I just see a question here about where after we lost the pressure in tank, how soon will they build up? We will cover this a bit later on. Okay, so please keep that question in mind, and I should answer it for you later on as we move through the presentation and talk about how the function is working. Okay. Okay, so we covered that. Some other slight differences with the two different models. The Helios standard had a higher internal pressure, and because of this higher pressure, it needed to be regulated. Okay, so we needed to have an adjustable regulator set into the system to bring the pressure down to where the flow control valve would be, to around about 22 psi. But we didn't need that on the universal model, so it just has like a fixed block that allows the internal pressure straight through to the flow control valve. Okay, so it wasn't a requirement on the universal model. It's just kind of differences in these two models over the years you'll see. Differential pressure is the method used with an electronic level gauge. Okay, you need a 9-volt battery in the gauge here. It has some LEDs, and basically it will measure the pressure at two different areas in the vessel. You have one connection that goes all the way through the center to the bottom of the Helios tank. And what it does is it measures how much pressure is at this point. The more liquid that I have inside the tank, the more pressure it creates at this point here, and that pressure is measured by the gauge, and it is measured against the pressure at this here, this head gas pressure. It does a calculation of the pressure here versus the pressure at the bottom, and basically that is then translated into LEDs, okay, for the gauge on the LED. Now, I don't know if you guys are using Helios, Companion or Liberator, but just be aware that that's the kind of thing. If you're not using this model, then don't worry too much. The Helios portable unit, the Helios base unit has an external flow control valve. It's not an integral part of the unit. So it will come in a little package inside the box when you order, and it goes up to 10 liters per minute maximum. Okay, companion reservoirs. Let's say we don't actually build or sell these anymore, but we will provide some support to them. The different sizes, it was available in 3 different models, 21, 31, and a 41 liter model. Okay, it depended on basically if you were in the US or Europe. The US were doing 21 and 41 models, and Europe was generally doing the 31 and the 41 models, and the rest of the world were depending on sales area what they could order. Okay. Options on this, it's only top fill. And there was a different flow rates that could be chosen when you ordered these, either a 6 litre per minute model
คุณ
or
ทำยังไงนะ
10 litre per minute model. Okay, so just be aware there was 2 different ones available at the time. The indicator for the liquid level was also similar to the Helios differential pressure, but this time it didn't need a battery to work. It just worked off the pressure at 2 points, and this was measured by a spring and pneumatic system. Okay, so the spring pressure in conjunction with the system pressure would show different levels on the gauge. Okay. Now, this system is, it's a very good system, works very well. The only problem, what can happen, is if I can just go back to this diagram here. Now, if you can imagine, you have, the green here is the gas, the blue is the liquid, and down at the bottom here, you can see this opening where the pressure would be measured. Now, if you get moisture inside the tank through a variety of causes, if you get moisture in there, once the liquid oxygen contacts this moisture, it causes it to freeze up and it will form ice crystals. And these ice crystals can actually block this opening here. And what happens then is because this opening is blocked, the liquid oxygen pressure can't be measured, and the gauge, whether it's this battery operated gauge or the pressure gauge on the companion, it would show empty because it cannot measure the pressure. So in this kind of situation, the only thing you can do would be to fully empty the equipment, remove all the moisture by either using warm oxygen gas in blowing through the system, or using nitrogen gas to blow through the system to remove all the moisture, okay, and then refill them. So it's quite a complex way to get rid of the problem if you have it in there. Now, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if anybody is using the companion or the Helios, but if you have a gauge issue where it shows empty, then it's more than likely, if you've checked the battery, for example, it's more than likely that the tubes are blocked with moisture that's frozen over and turned into an ice crystal. Okay? Any questions so far? Excuse me. Okay, there's a question about sterilizing tanks before use. We do have a paragraph in our service manuals that talks about disinfection, okay? And that will cover the kind of products that we recommend to use for the disinfection. Now, you have to understand that because we sell globally and each country has very different sets of rules and regulations when it comes to making an equipment ready for the patient, you need to find out what the current regulations are and that you meet them regulations for your country. Okay, we only give the general disinfection for our products in our service manuals. If there's anything extra that needs to be done because of your country's rules and regulations, then that responsibility unfortunately falls onto you, and then go from there, okay? I'm sorry, I have to be very general on there because we do give guidelines because of the COVID situation to keep an eye on what the World Health Organization is currently telling you to do for this kind of thing. Okay, there was part of the med tips, there was a link to the World Health Organization page where they will give a little bit of information what they recommend as well. Okay, so please follow that. Aidan, I just see is a way to unblock the pipe if the ice crystals form. Basically, you need to empty the base unit fully, get all the liquid oxygen out of it. You then need to let it get warm inside, okay, because even once you take it out, it's still like a thermos flask. So it's still going to be extremely cold even when all the liquid's out, and it will take a while to warm up back to normal, like room temperature. And once it's at room temperature internally, then you can start to blow warm oxygen gas or warm nitrogen gas through the tubes. What we do is we disconnect the tubes from the gauge, and then we blow through, we use a filling adapter on the filling valve, and we blow warm gas through, and it comes out through them small tubes that would normally be connected to the gauge. Does that make sense, Aidan? Does that answer?
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, good questions there. Thanks very much. Okay, the Liberator is available in a variety of sizes. We used to do a 10-litre model, was fairly popular with our Scandinavian customers for some reason, but the volumes that we sold were just not high enough to make it feasible to keep producing this equipment. So we stopped production on the 10-litre model. We sell from 20, 30, 37, 45, and 60-litre models. Now, generally, the most popular ones in Europe at the moment would be the 37 and the 45-litre models. We do get high value or high volume sales on the 60-litre models, because if you have a patient who has a very high flow rate, you can imagine that they're going to need a high volume of liquid oxygen. So we tend to see that customers will buy the 60-litre ones there for their high flow rate patients and use them. The trouble with the larger vessels is, if you can imagine, to keep things very, very simple, if you were to say 1 litre of liquid oxygen is 1 kilogram, then you can imagine that an equipment that takes 60 litres of liquid start off with 60 kilograms of weight plus the weight of the equipment on top. So it's a very heavy piece of equipment that you have to get into the patient's home, and sometimes upstairs in a block of flats, for example. So just bear that in mind. These equipments are very heavy when you fill them with liquid. Now, what sets the Liberators apart from the other models that we sell are the fact that you can have like a top fill. So the filling connection, as in the picture here, you can see the blue filling connection. That's the top fill connection. And it also has a side fill option. Now, you can order these with both connections, which is dual fill, or you can order it with just top fill or just side fill. Okay, it's totally up to you what kind of portable units you use and what the pricing is and everything else, if you want to order a specific model or just go for the standard dual fill. Okay. The pros and cons on these, I mean, people who sit in wheelchairs or who are very small, older people, weaker people, they like the side fill models because the connection is easier for them. Okay, somebody who sits in a wheelchair may struggle to hold the top fill vessel, okay, or the top fill portable onto the filling connection there to do the fill up. Okay, so for them, maybe sitting in the wheelchair, a side fill would be something that's a lot easier for them to operate, okay? And like I said, the older people, you can imagine, I'm not a very tall person myself, so if I have a lib 60, it sits up very high, and then take a top fill, it makes it extremely difficult for somebody who's smaller to do the fill, so they would prefer possibly a side fill. But the options are there. You guys need to look at your market and what your requirements are and make a decision on the kind of equipment that you want to put out there. We basically have got, in liquid oxygen side of life, pretty much got every option covered what you would need, okay? The Liberator themselves is a 0 to 15 litre per minute model, which is another advantage over the Helios and the Companion. If you look at them, they only go up to 10 litres per minute. The Liberator will go up to 15 litres per minute, okay? The only difference there would have been the 6 litres, the Liberator 10. If you were to put higher flow rates on the Liberator 10, then it would be empty very quickly, okay? That's why it was only available up to 6 litres per minute. There's also the option to either purchase these directly as a 0 to 2 litre option, or you can order the valves. You can order this flow control valve here and convert the Liberator from 15 litres per minute into a 2 litre per minute. Okay, if you have pediatric patients that you need to supply oxygen to, then that is a fantastic oxygen. And bearing in mind that a pediatric patient on up to 2 litres per minute on, say, a lib 37 or a lib 45, it's going to last for an extremely long time. You're not having to swap out gas bottles and stuff like that. And the oxygen they receive is very, very high quality. Okay, it's medical grade, 99.9 plus. Okay. So good options there. The level indicator for the Liberator is a capacitance LED meter. So basically we have this level gauge, works with a battery operated LED system. It has 2 wires. One of them is outside, earthed on the manifold, and the other feeds through the middle of the unit and sits on a tube on the outside of this tube inside the equipment. Now, if you have a low volume of liquid, the meter will read a low volume or a low capacitance. But as the level of the liquid increases, so will the reading for capacitance internally. So that's how this gauge will work. The higher the liquid, the further up it is on the tube, the higher the capacitance reading, and the more LEDs it will show you on the gauge. Okay, all the way up till full. Now bear in mind, if you look at this diagram here, you will see a bit of a space at the bottom. So there is a little gap at the bottom of the unit. So it could show empty and the liquid level is down here. So it might be still some liquid inside the vessel, even though the gauge is showing full empty, just a very small amount. Keep that in mind if you're working on the equipment, if you're going to change components. Always check physically that the equipment are 100% empty when you're working on them, okay? You don't want to endanger yourself or others doing this. Okay. Now, one of the disadvantages on this gauge is that it can be quite problematic with the readings. It needs to be calibrated. Okay, you must carry out a calibration because we use this gauge on several different types and several different sizes of equipment. So you have to tell it when it's empty and you have to tell it when it's full so that it knows what its limits are. And I'll show you that later on when I go through the demonstrations, okay? So I'll show you how to do this calibration later on. This is a slide I talked about the different types of equipment. So you can see a liberator that is just having a side fill valve will only fill side fill equipment. One that has top fill can fill all of these different types. The companion is also only going to be able to do the same ones. Okay, Helios standard, only the Helios, and the Helios Universal again, only the top fill models. Okay, the only thing that would be missing there would be the dual fill liberator that would fill anything, but that's pretty self-explanatory, I would hope. Any questions so far? Please throw questions into the chat window. Okay, let's talk a little bit about saturation pressure. Now, to understand saturation pressure, we have to understand that we take liquid oxygen that boils at -183 degrees Celsius, we fill it inside our equipment, and when we're filling it in there, it's always boiling. It's always boiling, and it's always producing gas, okay? Now, if we change the pressure inside the tank, okay, then we also change the boiling level or the boiling temperature for the liquid. So that means that if we have an equipment which has a faulty valve, for example, then the internal pressure will get to a different value that we want it to be, and then the boiling temperature will be different, which means that the speed that we're producing the gas will change, okay? So, if we have, let me have a look, let's find this slide. We generally want them to be around there. We have a table here which will show you the saturation temperature against the pressure. And as you can see, as the pressure rises, so does the temperature for the boiling. Now, high pressure equals higher temperature, which means a higher amount of gas producing, and then it becomes too much for the system to keep up with, and you start to get problems where you can hear the equipment's making a very loud hissing noise, okay? That would be something that shows you maybe the saturation pressure is incorrect, okay? We have an example here of two identical pots with water in them and two identical cookers. The only difference we have is that one of the pots has a lid on it. Now, because we have a lid on it, that means that internally we're going to have a higher pressure build-up than what we would on the other side. So both of these will start to boil. This one will boil at 100 degrees because we're talking about water, okay? But because this is higher pressure, it raises the temperature that the liquid would boil at. So this would boil at possibly, just an example, maybe 120 degrees. Now, if I remove the heat from this one, it would stop bubbling and boiling pretty much straight away, and the level and the gas and everything else would be quite high up. If I take the heat away from this one and then remove the lid, I remove the pressure that's here, but the temperature is a lot higher than what it should be for this new pressure. So it would boil off the extra water okay? And it needs to get rid of these extra 20 degrees in this example we used. And that would mean, while it's boiling off this extra 20 degrees, the level of the water would drop down a bit lower. So you would see when this stops boiling, the level would be lower down in the pot than it would be on this one. Okay, so if you understand that, then just imagine if you take a filling vessel with a very high pressure, and then you fill another vessel from it, you're going to take this high temperature, high pressure liquid and put it into another vessel. You can change the pressure very quickly, but the temperature needs to catch up. So then it would boil the liquid until the temperature catches up, and that would mean you would have less liquid available for the patient. And they would generally complain in this situation that if they have a portable, for example, it tells them that it should last for 8 hours, and suddenly after 5 or 6 hours, they're empty. That's the kind of fault that you would find there, okay? So you have to be aware that saturation is a very important part of how these equipment works, and understand that if you use too much pressure, you will change the boiling temperature for the liquid to be higher, and it needs to boil down and settle in the new vessel when it transfers. And that will cause you to lose liquid, okay? And losing liquid means you lose time when you're using the equipment. Hopefully I haven't confused anybody too much there. Anybody got any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, not hearing anything. Here's a quick put together on this. It's quite easy to remember, because if you've got high pressure, okay, then you're going to have, if you go like high pressure, high temperature, high evaporation, you're going to see things like increased evaporation rate. Now, the evaporation rate is something that's normal, and because it's normal, we call it the normal evaporation rate. That means that if we were to take a Liberator 45, fill it with 45 litres of liquid oxygen, put it into a room and not touch it, not use the flow control valve, not do anything with that vessel at all, it is still going to evaporate some gas off. And over a longer period of time, it's going to be empty. It's going to take a while, but it will empty. It will evaporate all the gas, and all that gas will escape through the system. And that's called the normal evaporation rate. And generally, anything up to, like for a Liberator as an example, anything up to 0.9 kilograms of liquid each day is classed as acceptable. Okay, that's if you're doing technical testing and it loses less than 0.9 kilograms in one day, then that's classed as an acceptable loss. Okay, that's so if you was to have too much pressure in the unit, it would boil the gas very quickly. You would lose because of that, or it would boil the liquid very quickly, the gas would escape very quickly, and you would lose liquid very quickly, so that you would have a higher evaporation rate. Okay. If that's what happens, you're losing your product, the product is liquid, it will give you less time that the patient can use, and the flow rates could be affected because it's high boiling, high production of gas, which will give you a higher pressure, and that could give problems with the flow rates. They're designed to work around about 22 psi, but if too much pressure hits the flow valve, it could make the flow rate go too high. The relief valves, which are in the system as a means to keep the pressure where we want it, okay? If it's getting too much gas too quickly because the pressure's too high, then you're going to hear this loud noise coming out of the relief valves. They will freeze up because this gas is coming out so quickly and it's still very, very cold. When it comes out, it's going to hit a very cold gas is going to make contact with like a warm moisture in the air and it's going to freeze it up. And that could cause the valves to stay to stay open if they freeze up, okay? And you can see this happening not just on the base units, but you could see it happening on the portable units as well. Okay, so losing the pressure in the tank to the pressure building up fully, again, can sometimes, depending on the temperature of the liquid, if the liquid inside is very cold because it's very low pressure, then it's going to take longer to boil. It's going to boil and produce the gas at a very slow rate. So we recommend that when you do filling or you have problems, that you do a minimum waiting period for a base unit, anything like 16 plus hours. Okay, but always check the pressure is correct before you continue. Okay, it could go a bit quicker, but we generally talk about when we come to things like NER testing, what we say is fill the vessel, leave it to settle for like 12, 16, 24 hours. And then after that period of time, it should have settled into the temperature and pressure that it should be, okay? And that works both ways, high pressure and low pressure. And once it settles, then you weigh how heavy it is. You put it onto a weighing scale and you see how heavy it is, and then you wait another period of time. For a liberator, we recommend 24 hours. You wait 24 hours and then you can see by weighing it one more time how much liquid has been lost. You'll see one day it was 45 kilos, the next day is 44 kilos, so you lost 1 kilogram over 24 hours. So that's how to test there. Okay, the saturation works in the other direction, okay? If you have a low pressure, you will have a low temperature and the evaporation will be slow and lower, okay? So again, this time we are going to see that we're not producing the gas quick enough, okay? And it takes a bit longer. Eventually it will get there, but it does take some time. Okay, if you're going to have a low pressure, it's going to give you a less evaporation. Now, some people might think that's great. We're going to lose less liquid. The equipment will last for a longer time with the patient. But unfortunately, because it's not producing the gas pressure quick enough how we want it, then the flow rates could be either very low or not exist. Okay, because we need this particular pressure inside the system. If the pressure inside the system is not high enough, then it will not push the liquid from one equipment into the next. That'll become more apparent in a bit when we talk about the filling procedure. I'll discuss that a little bit more. Units will freeze up because the fact is what happens is that the transferring of the liquid goes so slow, the pipes and everything else get very cold as the liquid travels around it at a very slow rate, and then they freeze up together. Sometimes even 2 units can freeze together when you're doing a fill. So just be careful there. Okay. Let's discuss the reservoir proper filling procedure. There is a little video here. So if we can watch this video. Can you hear the audio from my colleague? Can somebody just type into the chat window if they can hear, please. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. So basically, my colleague here is going to fill a companion base unit. He has a tank, and basically what he's saying is that when he's filling this tank, you're going to see, I'm watching this video at the same time as you guys. Turn off the volume. You can see that on the filling vessel, basically it should be around about 50 psi or the bar equivalent. If you work in bar, okay, then the bar equivalent. So you're looking that your tank should be around about 50 psi. It's bar, to be very rough, is about 2.5 to 3.5 bar is fine when you're doing the fill. Okay, he's got his gloves on, he's got an apron on, he had protection over his face. The only thing I'm not happy about on this video, in the example, hold on a second, is the sleeves here. Normally you should have longer sleeves, but he does have a long set of cryogenic gloves on there. It's just a slight area that I would say would be better if he had long sleeves on, okay? Just to give him that little bit extra splash protection. Oh, excuse me. Okay, we need this tank to be at the 50 psi or the 35 to 50 psi level because it needs to be a slightly higher pressure than what normally the Liberator would be, because we need to push liquid from one tank into the next tank. And if the Liberator had a higher pressure, then it would stop the liquid coming over. It would fight against the liquid pressure, okay? So that's why. Now, while we're doing this, we have a gauge fitted to the flow control valve. And we open the flow control valve. You can see my colleague is wiping off the filling valves. Apologize, the video here is a bit jumpy. I'm hoping that you can still get the benefit of what he's doing here. And basically what he's doing now, he's taking the pressure he's taking all the pressure out of the tube. He's making sure that liquid is going all the way to the end of this filling hose before he starts putting it into the unit. He doesn't want any gas in here or warm air or anything else. He wants pure liquid. So he pushes the filling adapter against the tank until a little bit of liquid comes out. And then that's what he's using, okay? And then while he's doing the fill, he's keeping an eye on this pressure gauge, and it should be between 18 to 24 psi, okay? Well, or the bar equivalent when you fill in. And you'll hear like a general hiss noise when it's doing the fill. And while you're getting that hissing noise, it's just very constant. And at the point when you start to hear it changing from a hissing noise into it sounds like a spit noise, then that means that the equipment is full and you should stop the fill. Okay, so here you can see a general gas coming out, and then eventually you'll start to see it spitting a little bit, and the noise would change that you would be able to hear normally. You can see now where he's pointing with his finger, little vents of liquid coming out, and at that point, take the filling adapter off and close your ventilation valve, okay? Or your valves to the unit. And that's basically the filling process there. Again, the link that I'll send, you can download this video or download this presentation, and the links are there for you to see the videos in real time, okay? I'm not as jerky as we hear. So let's just go through here. Filling source, 35 to 50 psi. We're talking about this tank here. Okay, don't regulate to lower the pressure. Okay, don't put a regulator in the middle here somewhere and come into it, because you'll lower the pressure but not the temperature of the liquid. That would need some time to catch up. This one here, remember you need to fit a pressure gauge onto the flow control valve. Okay. Empty the gas out of the hose. Clean off the filling adapters. Make sure, you want to make sure that if any ice crystals or any moisture is present on the filling adapters, both on the filling adapter and the equipment, then you want to wipe them off. Here you can see the pressure gauge fitted. Open up to 2 or higher on Liberator, 2 or higher on Companion. And at the time, that's where we're going to make sure when we do the fill, 18 to 24. You need your key to open the vent valve, attach your filling adapter, check your pressures, and when it changes the noise, the equipment is full, and you can remove the filling adapter and close the vent valve off. Please don't wait until you see a full jet of liquid coming out, okay? It should start to spit little bits of liquid. It doesn't need to be a full-on jet of liquid, just little bits, then you know that the equipment is full, okay? If you overfill, then you run the risk of pushing liquid through the openings inside where gas should go. And what happens then is that you get liquid oxygen comes out of the safety valves, and that can be in itself a problem. So just be aware of that. So here we can see we have some liquid in this vessel already, nothing too much to worry about, some gas, because when we open the vent valve, any pressure here will drop. When we connect to our side fill in this instance, and we're going to get the gas drop first, okay, the liquid is going to come into the equipment. The liquid level will rise, and at a certain point, it will start to come out here through the vent valve, and that's where we know start spitting liquid out, that we have a problem there. Fantan, I'm getting a lot of interference, so I'm going to place you on mute. So please, if you have a question, please put it into the chat. I'm trying to put you on to mute. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes there's a lot of interference, and I'll just have to put you on to mute, guys. So please, ladies and gents, I'm not trying to be rude. Okay, you can see there, like on this diagram, that eventually the gas will be replaced by a liquid here, okay? And that's the filling process for the base units. Now, generally what we would do when we do training on site at our facilities, we would demonstrate this in real time. Because we're doing online training, it's not really feasible for you all to sit behind your monitor and wait for the equipment to finish filling. It takes too long, so we have a shortened video available for you to download and watch. Okay. Any questions up to now? We've been going for 2 hours nearly, according to my timings. Shall we take a 10-minute break? Okay. So it's 5 to whatever hour it is in your time zone. It's 5 to 12 in Germany, and whatever time you have there, 5 to 11 in the UK, I would say. So whatever time it is, 5 to in your country, we come back at 5 past, okay? 5 past the hour, and we'll continue. Take a quick break, stretch your legs, get a coffee, and then we'll continue with operation of the equipment, okay? If you've got any questions in the meantime, feel free to type them into the chat, or when we come back, there will be an opportunity to ask questions for anything we come up with. Okay. No? Okay. Then let's move on with the presentation. So let's talk about the theory of operation. Now, in this particular picture, you can see what would be a diagram for a Helios equipment. Now, there's different parts on the Helios equipment, different components, okay? But basically, you would find all of these parts, and all of these components on the various different models. It doesn't really matter that we're showing a Helios here. It can be transferred over to Liberator or Companion. They just may be a slightly different shape or form, okay? But they're all, every vessel is going to have a primary relief valve, it's going to have an economizer, it's going to have a secondary relief valve, and a coil system, and a flow control valve, etc. So you're going to see that, okay, on these different ones. Now, there is a video here for the different components. And basically, the colleague here is going to show, like he's showing the different ones for the different models. So what he's showing is the filling connector on there. And that's going to be available on the other valves. Remember, it's going to be a top fill or it's going to be a dual fill, depending on it. And this particular system has what we call a pop-off assembly. This lever here helps you to separate the portable unit from the base unit after filling is finished. This is the coil system, the warming coils, okay? It's a two-stage system on the Liberator for the simple reason, one of the stages is where the liquid will change to a gas, and the second stage is where the liquid will warm up to the surrounding temperature, okay? It's now pointing at the vent valve. This is to get the gas out, drop the gas out of the system. This is the relief economizer valve. So you'll have a primary relief valve here on an economizer valve. We'll go into that economizer in a little bit more detail in a minute. Okay. I'm just going to continue. You've got the level gauge, the electronic level gauge with the LEDs and the connections to it. The one that goes to the outside of the equipment and the other one which goes through the equipment into the center. The flow control valve, okay, on the Liberator up to 15 liters per minute. The Helios, you can see in this system it only has one coil, so that's a difference there. The pop-off valve, this removal tool, is different. Okay, it doesn't have the tube around the filling valve, it just has a little lever. Okay. There's your vent valve, your level gauge. And these are the two pressure lines that we use to measure the internal pressure. Remember, one comes from down the bottom inside the tank, and the other one comes from a connection to the economizer. Here's the other connection here. The part he's pointing out now is called the umbrella seal. Basically, any moisture drips off the neck of the Helios onto the seal, into the grey tray, and is guided into the bottle at the side of the Helios. Okay. Okay, fill valve with a tube around it for the pop-off assembly, similar to the Liberator. One coil again on this system. Vent valve. Here you've got your economizer valve, and it has built into the economizer, it has its relief valve system set up there. Here you can see the tube that comes from internal on the tank, going up to one side of the gauge, and the other side of the gauge going into the top of the economizer. Okay, it's just a quick demonstration to hopefully show you that it doesn't matter what model, all the parts that are pretty much there. Okay, so taking that into consideration, we've got just a general model here. You can see the different parts and what state they're in. So we've got a side fill QDV on this model. We've got our dewar. We've got our vent valve, economizer, and relief valve. Different set of coils. Okay, we've got one to get from the liquid to the gas, and the other to get the gas warmed up before it goes to the patient. In this stage, the flow control valve is actually closed because we're in standby mode. So that means we could have just filled the unit and it sat in a room doing absolutely nothing, okay? Right? The patient's not breathing off it, they're not filling a portable from it. And at this point, we just have our normal evaporation. So the liquid that's inside here is going to be boiling away and producing a gas. That gas pressure is trying to escape. Now, as it's coming up through the system, it can't get through the vent valve because the vent valve is closed. It comes up to the economizer, and as long as the pressure is at a certain level, it won't get any further. The economizer will be closed, but even if the economizer was open, the pressure would stop at the flow control valve. The only place that the gas pressure can go is through the primary relief valve, the PRV. And the PRV regulates this internal pressure here. So when the PRV opens, it has a value, anything up to like for a Liberator 24.2 psi, and that helps to keep this pressure here at a decent value that we want, so as that when it comes to here, the flow values are good. Okay? So we got that gas trying to get further. It's not going to go any further. It's going to vent through the primary relief valve. And that's just normal evaporation, the normal evaporation rate. Remember, there is a value for that. Okay, so if, for example, if you had a bad or defective vacuum in this vessel here, the liquid here wouldn't be safe from heat. It would boil liquid quickly. The liquid would exit out, or the gas would exit out, sorry, too quickly. The liquid would boil off too quickly, and then you would have a higher evaporation rate. So when we're in standby, the kind of pressures we're looking at, depending on the different vessels, 25 for universal, 48 on a standard, 25 for companion, and around 24.2 on the Liberator. Now, what we have is the patient opens the flow control valve to whatever setting they're on, and that will allow the gas to then travel through the economizer, warm up here to the ambient room temperature, and through the flow control valve to the patient. And that happens with just the gas that's been produced here. So when this gas pressure is at a certain level, it will be high enough pressure to push open the economizer, get all the way through, get warmed up, and then travel on to the patient. Okay? So you can see that the patient is breathing the gas that is being produced directly from the top of the bottle, or top of the dewar. Okay, so when the pressure is high, then it's going to go there. Because the pressure is being allowed to escape somewhere else, it won't go through the primary relief valve. Okay, so it'll just escape, push through the economizer, and out to the patient. The more and more the patients breathe, then if they're, especially when they're on higher flow levels, what happens here is that this pressure drops. And when it drops to too low a value, the economizer will close. And if the economizer closes, the gas can't go through and go to the patient. What happens is that pressure that's still here, it may be low, but there is still some pressure present. It will push against the liquid and push the liquid up through the system into the coil. And the coil here will warm the liquid, it will boil, it will change into a gas, it will travel further through the system, and it will warm up to like the ambient temperature, and then on off to the patient that way. So what happens, the gas that they're getting is being produced directly through the liquid in the coils. It's not from the headspace anymore, it's from the liquid coming through here, through the system. And all of this is calculated and managed by the coils. The coil's length and size and everything else have been designed by our engineers so that when the liquid hits it and goes to this point here, it's still going to get to be warm enough to be breathable by the patient. Okay, so just remember here, this is where we're getting the room temperature or the ambient temperature to the gas. So if it's minus 20 degrees Celsius outside, and this vessel is outside, then the patients would be getting roughly minus 20 degrees Celsius gas temperature coming to them through the coils. But bearing in mind, if they're outside in that temperature and breathing okay, then it should be okay when they're there, okay? Generally at that kind of temperatures, you wouldn't expect people to be out there. But this is delivering at the temperature of the surrounding environment. Here's the settings down below when the economizer is going to be opening and closed. Okay, so if the pressure drops under 20 psi in a liberator, then this economizer would close and we would start to see the liquid getting pushed to the coil and then on, change to gas, warm up and off to the patient. Does anybody have any questions on the function? Okay, just something there to add, that basically when we get to the portables, the function is going to be exactly the same. The only difference with the function on the portable units is that the companion and the stroller and sprint do not have an economizer. Okay, so the way they function is that they use the headspace gas and use that to produce the liquid in the coil to the gas and off to the patient. Okay, that's the only difference really between them portables and the base units. Everything else, all the different components are there just in a different size and shape, but the function principle remains the same. Okay. Every now and then, apart from med tips, we produce what we call service bulletins. And a service bulletin might be a big change to a product. We get things like, for example, this is service bulletin going all the way back to July 2008, where we made changes to the Helios equipment. Okay, the old system, this coil here, this tubing set up, was very close to the outside plastic. And what was happening was when the liquid was traveling through this tube, it was freezing up, causing lots of icing around this area, and the icing was traveling to the outside of the plastic. So it was very visible. So what they'd done was they tightened this coil system, okay, more towards the neck of the vessel and kept it away from the outside, so there was a larger space. And that stopped the ice transferring to the outside. To do that, they had to move the position of the economizer valve here slightly, but basically the designs stayed pretty much the same, just the position of these tubing. Companions in 2005, they made a change from this kind of coil system to this one. This was all published in a service bulletin, as opposed to just putting one or two lines into the med tips. Okay, so it was quite a big change and it required a larger document for that change, and it went into a service bulletin. And what we do generally is we make a quick comment into the med tips and then reference the service bulletin. Okay, so the question in the chat is how long to change the coil for leaking. You can always, depending on where the leak is, and if you can tighten the nuts and remove the leak, then that is fine. You can, if you have to, you can remove 1 to 2 millimeters from the end of the different tubes and fit a new nut and coil. A new nut and olive to it. And if that works, it's fine. You just can't take off large pieces of the coil. So when I'm looking at this picture here around this area, so maybe I can cut 1 or 2 millimeters if it's leaking around here and change the components. But if I had to cut off this much, it would be too much. Okay, you can't just stretch the coil out and refit it. You have to be careful and maintain these lengths as much as possible. Okay. If you know what I mean, I'll show you when we go to the practical demonstration a bit about the nut and the olive. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, then it'll be more apparent when I do the demonstration. I'll try and remember to show you. The coil will last. We get coils in that are like over 10 years old. We have certain equipments that come in for what we call a 10-year testing, and they are like still the original coils. They don't look as shiny. They look a very old grey colour, but that doesn't matter. As long as they function and are clean inside, then it's not an issue. Okay, companions again, they made changes in 2011. You can see more different designs with the coil system here. Okay, so going from this kind of system, they moved up into something like these here. So just be aware of that if you're using these different equipments. There are several different types of models that went out there. The level gauge for the companion models, we changed this plastic. This plastic here was very easy to leak. What would happen was that during leak testing, people would squirt the leak testing liquid on this, and it would cause cracking around this area, around the screw area. The plastic was very susceptible to this leak testing fluid, so we changed it to a stronger plastic material to get rid of that problem. We still make a recommendation that when you're doing leak testing with companion base units, to use a component called SNOOP. SNOOP is liquid detecting fluid that we found works best with our equipment. You can actually order it through us, but most places will sell this as a separate item. Okay, the QDVs, the quick disconnect valves. On the Liberators previous to 2012, you had this connection where you had the fill-in valve and it had these two extra lugs here. And these sat in a portion of the manifold and stopped it from twisting when you were tightening up the nut. Okay? It was called posi-lock because it was positively locked through the lugs in this little fitting here. Now what we done was, because we had the companion and the Helios and they were using a different system, we made a decision that we would standardize and go on to this compression fitting. Now this compression fitting, you can see a nut here, and this is an olive. So from like before, this would be the olive and the nut. You put the QDV onto the top, and then it would be held with a spanner on this side and tightened with a spanner on here, okay, on the nut. So you tighten the nut and hold it in position with a spanner on this here, and that's a compression fitting, okay. It was a decision made due to manufacturing. It just makes it much easier. It's far easier to design this and manufacture this kind of component than it is for this kind of component, and it helps to keep everything to one standard. So this kind of valve will fit on all of the models that we sell, okay? Whilst we were changing the different type of valves, we also changed the metal puppet, we call it. It's no longer a plastic piece there. It's a more hard-wearing metal piece. Confused myself there. Okay. Again, what we were doing, standardizing components, we changed the vent valve into a universal one where you can use on the different equipments. The different equipments, they had different vent valve keys to open and close this. And now you can use either or. You can either grip it here and open, or you can grip it down here with a fatter key. Both are good. It makes it a lot more easier for you guys when you're sourcing keys for your equipment. Tune-up compound for the liberators. We found that the liberators, because they were very sensitive to moisture, we put in this tune-up compound with the electrical meters, and you can see in here, it looks more like a Vaseline type material, if you know the Vaseline product. It looks very similar there, and you fill this up with that, and then the excess will be squeezed out if you once you make the connection. Okay, and it prevents moisture from attacking the pins and the connectors and causing bad readings on the Liberator Stroller Sprint meters. Okay, any questions so far? It's a very quiet audience today. Maintenance. Now, in the service manuals, we make 2 recommendations on the maintenance that you guys can carry out on the equipment. We have a Schedule A maintenance, which is every 30 months. So that means that after 2.5 years, you would take the equipment back from a patient, maybe, if it was continuously at their home, the same equipment, you would take it in, do a full amount of checks on it, and once you're happy that it's fully functioning and that there's no issues, then you would document that you've done this 30-month check, and then you can put it back out to the patients. That's one method. The other method for maintenance is continuous. Okay, and the continuous is before the fill-in and after the fill-in. This is kind of suitable for companies that drive to where the patient is with the fill-in vehicle, and they fill up the base unit at the patient's home, and then bring it into the home. And basically, before they fill it, they do some checks. After they fill it, they do some more checks, and then they do some documentation, and that is satisfactory to meet the requirements. Remember, these are our recommendations from CARE, and you can make a choice which one you want to use. Okay, either 30 months or continuous pre. Okay, we see a question there. When replacing the QDV on the Liberator, you tend to get tiny leaks around the metal poppet. Is that normal? It is actually. You can, because it's a compression fitting, you can still get very small leakage around that compression fitting. Okay? Now, the thing to do in that kind of situation is to carry out what we call a pressure holding test. And a pressure holding test is basically we would fill the Liberator with some pressure, leave it to stand for 1 hour, and then when we come back after 1 hour, it needs to have a certain amount of pressure inside. Okay, and that would say, if, for example, for the Liberator, we fill it with 20 psi of gas, we leave it for 1 hour, and when we come back, it must have more than 18 psi. Now, if it has less than 18 psi, then the leak is too large, and you need to repair that leak by tightening the compression even more or replacing the components. If you put a new QDV on and it still leaks no matter how tight you make it, then there's probably an issue with the manifold and with the olive, and you'll need to change the complete manifold in that kind of circumstance.
เอาข้างมาหน่อยนึง
Okay, Oscar? Okay, so remember, make your choice. There is, in some of the service manuals, there is a little checklist you can see here for Schedule A, 30 months for a Helios. It would tell you you need to take all the locks out of the inside of the equipment, check for parts damage, check the LED, take the shroud off, do a leak test, do a PRV test. You know, that's a 30-month check. It's a lot of checking that you do because you only see the vessel every 2.5 years. Okay, it goes on to a lot more. Now, if you're doing a continuous check, this is something that if somebody is delivering the liquid oxygen to the house and filling up at the house, then they could be trained to carry out these tests. They check the shroud, they check the QDV, they check that the indicator
ไม่ต้องเยอะอย่างนี้หรอก
Okay, visible condition of the inside, outside of the shrouds, all the labels there, locks inside, is there freezing, etc. That's just quick visual checks. Same as on after they finish filling. Does the QDV close? Is the vent valve okay? No frost, etc. That's it. But you have to do that more times. And what's important here is documentation. You have to make sure that you're doing a correct documentation so that if there is any issues with the vessel, you can turn around and say, well, I checked it here and everything was okay. Here you can see the person checked it. And when you're documenting that's quite important, especially for companies like where I am in Germany. If the police were to be coming to somewhere to check something, say for example, a patient was to get injured and the police were to investigate, they would want to see this documentation that we were doing maintenance. So it is quite important for us to make sure we do keep an eye on do the documentation correctly. And I would imagine in most countries that's going to be pretty similar, okay? So just keep that in your mind when you're doing this kind of maintenance. Now, just to go back, more for people working through European regulations, what we have also is a requirement for ADR. Now, European customers, this may make more sense to you. For ADR, you need to have a 5-year and a 10-year test carried out on the equipment. Now, the 5-year and the 10-year testing is normally carried out by a notified body. Okay? So, or somebody who is compliant or made compliant by the notified body. So, that means 2.5 years you would do maintenance, 5 years somebody would do the 5-year testing, 7.5 years you can do it, 10 years then it needs to be fully ADR tested. Okay, if you need more information on that 5 and 10-year testing, then please send me an email and we can discuss that further. Okay, the different parts to the testing. Okay, so let's move on. So we have some examples on customers, what they're basically been seen with the equipment. So in this example, they just filled the Helios and the gauge is telling them it's empty. So remember we talked about things about this with the ice crystals, moisture inside the base unit blocking off the tubing and the hole for measuring the pressure. So that's kind of complaint you're going to get. So other things though, the gauge, the battery could just be low. It happens, place the battery, The tubing may just be twisted or distorted, maybe leaking. If the tube leaks, then the pressure goes somewhere else and not to the gauge. Blocking in the high pressure line, we talked about, completely empty and purge the reservoir. Disconnect the high and low pressure lines and faulty indicator. Okay, so the gauge itself, even though you've changed the battery, done all the rest, it might just be that the gauge is broken, so bear that in mind. Flow control valve set for 5 litres per minute and only getting 2 litres. Okay, so cannula, saturation pressure low, give it time to get to the correct pressure. A leak somewhere in the system will stop the pressure building up. Vent valve could be left open. Remember, when you do the filling, you must close the vent valve when you finish. Otherwise, the pressure will just escape all the time through the vent valve and there will be no internal pressure. Blockages in the path. Relief valve causes low pressure. Primary relief valve may also be stuck open. Remember, the primary relief valve will open under normal use. Okay, so when the equipment is just sat there doing nothing, the primary relief valve will open. But if it sticks open and the patient's tried to breathe through the equipment, it could be that too much gas escapes through the primary relief valve and not enough pressure gets to the flow control valve. Flow control valve just could be faulty again. So all of this is what you're checking prior, and at the end you're coming to check that the components are good. Reservoirs making a hissing noise. Saturation pressure is too high. So what happens there? Too high pressure, too high boiling off. The pressure is to go somewhere, so it escapes through the PRV, but it escapes very quickly, loudly, causing an annoying hissing noise. Relief valve is open. Plumbing is leaking or loose. Relief valve opens improperly. Do your relief valve tests. High NER, okay, if you have a bad vacuum, then what that means is that the heat that is outside trying to get into the vessel is going to be allowed through. It's going to affect the liquid and cause it to boil off a lot quicker than normal. And then what happens there is the evaporation rate goes too high and you lose the gas through the PRV, making a hissing noise. The reservoir is supposed to last 2 weeks, but only lasts 5 days. Again, think saturation, leaks. When a patient takes a portable unit and fills it a lot from one base unit, every time it fills, it doesn't just take 1.2 litres of liquid. If you say, for example, we have a stroller which will accept 1.2 litres of liquid, we lose more. We lose approximately around about 30% of liquid during the filling. So it wouldn't be 1.2 litres, it could be like 1.5, 1.6 litres that are taken every time we fill from the base unit. Now, that means if you're doing a very simple calculation, then you can't just say 1.2 goes into 46 how many times, and that's how many fills are due. You wouldn't get so many. So just be aware of that there is some loss goes on when you fill portable unit. Portables being filled or warm, causing excessive transfer loss. What we're saying there is, when I take a brand new portable from the shelf, on the inside it's very warm. It's like the temperature of my building. So it could be 20, 25 degrees warm inside. And when I then take the liquid from inside the liberator and put it on the inside of that portable unit, it's going to contact a warm surface and it's going to then boil off very quickly. And that just keeps happening until the time where I can reduce the temperature inside the portable unit so that we have then less and less loss there. So that's the kind of thing, again, where we are getting more loss with a transfer, okay? One of the contributing factors to losing more. Leaks in the system are always going to cause some loss. High saturation pressure, relief valve frozen open or faulty, and the evaporation rate is high. Reservoir is frozen up, big ball of ice and sometimes making a puddle on the floor. Frost and condensation is normal. We have a very cold liquid or a very cold gas traveling from inside the system to the outside. Now, if you can imagine, even if the gas is managing to warm up to 0 degrees before it gets to the outside, that's still extremely cold. It's cold enough to freeze water. There is water or moisture in the air that we're breathing, and that's going to freeze up and cause ice. Okay, so you're going to see ice building up on the equipments when you use them. It's just normal, and we can't do nothing about that. What happens though is that there is a system in place to collect this moisture. When you turn the machine off and leave it to stand for a bit, it will melt all the ice and the water has to go somewhere. So the Liberator, the Helios, and the Companion, they have a bottle system which will collect that water that is happening. Now, if the patients don't empty these every now and then, the water is going to tip over and go onto the floor. So that kind of situation, the patients need training to understand what's going on with the system and that they need to empty the water container every now and then. Okay, high humidity levels, crease and frost. Saturation pressure too high. Flow control valve left on by mistake will cause the equipment to freeze up. Normally, for example, if you run the base unit for 2 hours, then take the portable unit, fill it, go shopping, you've turned off the base unit. When you come back, it's going to be defrosted. There's not going to be any ice on it. But if you forget to turn off the flow control valve, it's going to continuously produce oxygen and it's going to continue to freeze up. The bottle or the tray is full, talked about that. On the Helios, we talked about the rubber ring around the neck of the bottle. If that's damaged, it allows the moisture to travel down on the inside of that seal, and then that will allow it to drip onto the floor. So you need to make sure you're checking that seal on the Helios if you're using them. The plumbing is leaking. The evaporation rate, once again, is high on the equipment. Portable not filling. Make sure the portable procedures are being followed. Show you these later. Portable is warm on the inside, means it will take longer to fill up because we have to drop the temperature internally for the liquid to stay liquid. Portable not pressed firmly enough. Remember the older people in wheelchairs, if they're using something like a Liberator 60, could have difficulty pressing the portable unit onto the base unit. It's just something that happens. If the reservoir is empty, it's not got anything it can give, so you can't fill from empty. Pressure is low. Remember, if the pressure is low, it will not push the liquid over into the next vessel. Faulty QDV, if it's broken, won't open to fill. Leaks in the system will cause the pressure to drop. Okay. Liquid is spraying out liquid oxygen from the top. So basically what we're talking about here is the patient makes a fill, they take the portable unit off the top of the equipment, and liquid oxygen still comes out of the filling valve. Sometimes we can get ice crystals that block the valve from closing, especially when they're not wiping the filling valves correctly. So they need to make sure that they wipe the filling valve. Okay. The poppet doesn't close because the valve is faulty. In this cage, if it's a technician who doesn't panic and is doing things safely, they can sometimes try to reconnect a portable unit and see if that will break the blockage. I mean, especially if it's ice crystals, then sometimes you can break the ice crystal by putting the portable unit back on, okay? But that's more, don't tell your patients to do that. If possible, open the vent valve. Remember, if you open the vent valve, the pressure inside will drop down. And if the pressure drops down too low, it's not going to give the liquid or push the liquid through the system to the filling valve. So that's one way to help. For the patient, place a dry towel over the QDV and leave the area immediately. You know something? I would not even recommend that they would do this. Okay, somebody drawing on my presentation? Okay, I just want to look at something. Yeah, this part here, I'm circling in yellow. I would be very careful with that, because when the liquid oxygen comes out of the QDV on a filling, it comes out with quite a high pressure and speed. So if you try to put a towel over, if it's not a really heavy, large towel, then what happens is it just blows it away. So if they were using a dishcloth or a small towel, it's just going to throw it away. Okay, so in that case, just if they have to, just leave the area. If it's safe to do so, open the doors and open the windows and then get out, okay? So that's the kind of thing that you should be looking at there. Okay. The lights on the Liberator are flashing like a Christmas tree. Okay, the meter needs calibration. I'm going to talk about that in a bit. Empty and full calibration, remember, it's 2 stages. Again, we'll demonstrate this in a bit. Battery in the meter is dead. Ensure the wires are connected correctly. And capacitance readings high or low. We can talk about this when we do the demonstration in a bit. Okay. The Liberator manifold probes are damaged. When the probes are damaged on the manifold, it could cause a short circuit, and that will give you a false capacitance reading. Clean and dry them. If they're touching, you'll need to exchange. Okay, and move on there. From this one. If the portable unit sticks to the base unit, the patient should really not try and force it. If they're trying, they should use the pop-off assembly. Remember, there's a little button to separate the portable unit from the base unit. If that's not working, the QDVs could have frozen together. And if that's happened, okay, just release the vent valves okay, and leave everything connected. Do not use force, because if you try to force it, you could break a valve, and that means that a lot of liquid oxygen will come squirting out, and it will get very dangerous, okay? If you just take your hands off, close the vent valves, then what will happen after a bit of time, the filling action will stop, and then after a bit more time, the equipments will thaw out, and then you'll be able to remove them. Okay. Does anybody have any questions up until now? Questions? Right. I need to move location to run through some testing with you guys. So I'm going to need about 15 minutes. Okay? So if we can come back at 15 at 15 minutes past the hour, I should be set up okay then, and we can continue. I just need to move to another part of the building and set my laptop up to make sure we continue with the presentation, okay? So just be aware, for the next 15 minutes, we'll have a break. Okay? These kind of connections and make your own devices similar to what we've got. Okay, so that would be how you would go about there. Okay, so moving back, what we're going to do now is it's telling us that I need to open the gas. And what I'm going to do is, you can see I'm on my laptop, on my iPad here. We're talking about Liberator. Got the Liberator service manual set up here. And what we're going to do is go to the first stage on the table and find what it tells us to do. Okay. So the first part is send to a visual. So what I'm going to do now is I'm basically taking my Dewar, I'm looking all around, trying to find if anything's broken. I mean, this is a typical kind of thing where you would see where the chain may be broken, snapped off, missing or whatever. So you could replace that straight away. If you notice that the plastic housing is cracked or scratched badly, damaged badly anywhere around it, then you could get another one and get it ready to be swapped out. Taking a look at the Dewar, at all the labels and everything else, we can go through that. Take a look at all of that. The serial number, is it intact? Is there any big dents in the actual Dewar itself that may prohibit the good function of the vessel? If there is, then maybe I need to make a decision. Am I going to swap it out straight away, or am I going to wait to go through all the tests? And if it passes all the tests, do I put it into service, even though it has a big dent in it? I mean, there's nothing to say that you can't use a dented unit if the evaporation rate is good. So that's all decisions that you have to make internally. Just at this point, though, like I say, if there's anything bad, you can go ahead and change them out. So the next stage in the manual, it says to check if the meter is okay. Okay, so it says LED, but low battery LED, is it on? So when I press a button for that, it's going to flicker around, and hopefully you can see that.
And what I'm looking for is here is the light on. If it's not on, then either there's no battery at all. If I don't see any LEDs, okay, it's broken, it's empty. Or if it's off, then it means that the battery could be good, but then we need to move on. So, like it says, if the low battery LED is on, replace the battery. Okay, so to replace the battery, what I would need to do in this case, move back up, is I need to remove the shroud to be able to get at the LED. Okay, so open, take the shroud off. And normally these connectors would be fitted. If they're not, they would have been fitted. That would have been if I'd had an issue when I pressed the button, then I could turn around and say, well, possibly that was the cause of the issue. But we were looking for low battery. It wasn't fitted. Sorry, it wasn't showing. So we're going to take that and change the meter, a battery. So to do that, you can undo the two screws here. And if you turn it round, you'll see, hopefully, you can see that the battery is fitted to the rear there. Okay, we can see in here. Now, to change the battery, there is a web here. It may be difficult to see. I'm not sure what you can see on the picture, but you can grip that web. Okay, take a normal set of pliers, grip the web, and just twist and pull open, and you can pull the back off, and that will give you access then to get at the battery. Okay, now once you remove the battery, okay, to swap it out, can you actually see the, yeah, there we go. So I say, can you actually see the picture there? So when you take the battery out, it's possibly, let me see if I can get this a bit more in focus. If you look on here, there's actually two probes, two prongs that sit or quite flat across the back of the battery. And on the other side, if I just spin this round, there's like two very small lips. Okay. And when you fit in the battery, the new one, you need to ensure that you sit the battery underneath the two lips and above the two longer prongs. Okay, so that you get a good connection here, and you'll actually see when it's seated correctly, you'll just see the two lips there sat over the edge of the battery. Hopefully you can see that at your place. If not, I'm sure you can open up a meter and have a look and you'll see that. Okay, and once you've got that battery seated correctly, just take your back case again, grip it with your pliers and sit it in at a slight angle first is normally the best way. And what happens a lot of the time is the actual O-ring tries to push out. Now, if you've got some fingernails, it's quite helpful, and you can push the O-ring in just enough so that you can get the battery cover seated again and push down. Okay, just be careful there that when you're gripping this back case with the pliers, that you don't break the plastic web, or you'll never get it out after that. Okay. So that's nice and simple demonstration there on to change the battery. You can connect your cable back and connect the earth. And refit the screws as required. All right, when you're doing these screws up, we're tightening them up. Please be careful not to over tighten them, okay? Otherwise, you'll just crack the plastic here. And once that's broken, that's the whole meter needs to be changed in that case. Okay, so that would be in simple changing the battery. Now, once I've changed the battery, the next test is one, it says meter 1 LED on. So I'm getting low battery now, but don't worry about that. It's just a demonstration. I'm not getting 1 LED. So it's expecting me to see this single LED here light up when I press the button. It doesn't. It's just ignore that one. It's showing 2, 4, and 6. So there's an issue there with that. So looking at that, it says meter 1 LED on. No, one of the things would be replace battery. If I've just done that, then the next step would be to calibrate the meter. Okay. Now, meter calibration is covered quite extensively in the service manual. Okay, it tells you here liquid level meter calibration, RP6 on page 25. So I would go to RP6 on page 25, and it'll tell me how to carry out the calibration for the meter. Okay, so to calibrate the meter, something you need to be aware of is there's 2 buttons on this level gauge. You have the normal operator button, which if I press, it'll light up the LED depending if there's liquid in or not. And between that green button and the white scale here, there's actually in this area here a missing, a hidden calibration button. Okay. Now to enter calibration mode, what I would do is I would push on the hidden button and the green button pretty much at the same time. And I would hold them both together. And then at some point, the LEDs are going to flash alternatively. Now, to calibrate the first stage, which would be an empty calibration, I then need to, within a certain time, press and hold the hidden button. Then the LED flashes once, and if it works, it would flash again, but we're getting an error here, okay? So let's just do that quickly again, but this time, try it on something that hopefully will work. So hidden button, and green, alternating flashing LEDs, push and hold the hidden calibration button, flashes once, flashes again, and that's the calibration done for an empty unit. Okay, that's us telling this meter that the vessel you're fitted to is empty. So it takes a reading and it says this reading means empty. So at that point, it calibrates 0 value, okay? Now, these meters can be removed from any unit at all and fitted to any other that you want to. So what I mean is I could take this meter from a Lib 60 and fit it to a stroller portable unit. I would need to carry out the calibration, but it's possible to do that. So if I have a Dewar and it's broken and damaged and I have to throw it away and I want to save some components, I could remove this LED meter and then put it on a shelf, and then if a stroller came in with a broken meter, I could quite happily swap out this meter with the one on the stroller that's damaged. I just need to carry out the calibration at that stage to let the meter know that it's fitted to a stroller. Okay, now each service manual that for the equipment that uses this type of meter, excuse me, has a table inside, and that table will tell you which LED you need to set up when you're doing the second stage of the calibration. Okay, and the second stage of the calibration is as follows. So once again, hidden button in the green. Get into calibration mode, and this time I don't press and hold the hidden button. I push the green button once, twice, 3 times. And on the 3rd time, you'll see a certain LED will stay lit up. And now, if I press the hidden button, I can move the position of the LED. And it goes from 1 to 8. I look at the table and it tells me that for a Lib 45, I should be on lead 7. I'm using a Lib 30 for this training, so I need to be on LED number 3. So that's 1, 2, 3. So 2, 3. And that's me setting this up for the second calibration stage. And once I've done that, press the green button and reset. Okay, so hopefully that was clear. Let me just view that myself so I can see. Yeah. So hidden button and green, push and hold. Alternative flashing LEDs is difficult to see with the light here. You can see here 3 times on the green. Gives you your start LED. Look at the table, tells you where you need to be. Press the hidden button till you get to that setting. So remember, Lib 30 is on a 3. That's 1. That's 2. And I'm gonna do it again. Sorry. Is 3, and then to finish it off, just press the green button to set it. Okay. Any questions on that? I can't see the chat window at the minute, so I don't know if there's anything in there. Okay, great. No, nothing there. Okay, no questions in the chat window either. Okay. So, back to our service manual, to our table. There's a whole list of stuff to go on there. If the meter calibration doesn't work, what it tells you to do. Like, so as you can see on the other equipment that I had an issue with the meter calibration. Okay, it wouldn't work correctly. So what it basically tells me then is that I need to do a capacitance test. Now, to do a capacitance test, I need to have the multimeter. Multimeter with two connections. Okay, these come as part of the kit when you order the multimeter, or you can order these connections separate if you have your own multimeter that will read for capacitance. You need to be able to read for picofarads. Okay, one side of this connector will connect into the meter, and the other will earth to the manifold on the actual liberator. So to start this off, you need to turn your meter on, and if you look at the meter straight away, you'll see I'm on picofarads is my setting, and I need to adjust the zero level and get it to as close to zero as possible. Okay. And this can be a bit fiddle. Okay, if you get the wrong one especially. Okay, once you get as close to zero as possible, then disconnect the plug from the meter and disconnect your earthing from the meter. You can connect then from the capacitance meter, the one cable, and the other side. And you should get a reading in the display here, okay? And that reading should correspond to another table in the service manual. There is, when you're doing capacitance check-in, there is the table in there, and it will tell you which model you're checking and what the value should be. So I'm on a lib 30, so my capacitance value should be between 125 and 170. So when I read this scale here, that's what I should be reading. Okay. If not, then I have an issue with either the meter or the connection going through into the inside of the vessel. Okay, so that there shows me that I've got an issue somewhere. Of course, I've got an issue because this is my training vessel and I want it to have an issue so I can show you the values. So it's then time, you can go for the quick try and try a new meter first of all, see if that would fix anything. It probably wouldn't because you're reading off here. Then the next thing after that, check your cable. Is it cracked? Is the connection on the inside of the liberator here? Is there a problem here that maybe moisture is getting through into the vessel, which could be causing that issue? So that's the kind of thing that you're going to be looking at in here, in this area with a connector that goes through into the inside. Now, if I just show you quickly a manifold. Here we've got a manifold that's been stripped down so you can see. Here's the wire that would come from the meter to go down inside the actual liberator itself. And if you can see the red cable, once we come through, it goes from blue to red, comes through, and it's soldered onto the tube here. This is the outer probe. And if you look at it through there, you can actually see there's an inner probe here. And then there's the outer probe around here. Okay, and that's the difference there. If the inner and outer probe were to be touching for whatever reason, then that would cause a short circuit and give you a bad calibration reading. Now, there's nothing to stop you guys from actually fitting a new wire. You can order this wire, this connection called harness wire, and you can fit these yourselves, okay? All you need to do is when you've removed it, okay, is resolder at this point, resolder the new wire on. When you're doing the soldering, try to leave some solder on the tube and fit the new cable into the existing solder. It's something that's normally bad practice, but we have seen that gives the best results because it is very difficult to solder onto these tubes sometimes. Okay. Now, if you look here, you'll see there's two tubes coming from the top of the manifold. And on one of the tubes, it's very short and it has a plastic piece and a metal securing ring there. Now, this metal ring does nothing but secure this plastic piece onto the tube. So don't get too tied up on that. The important part here is that this plastic tube is there on the manifold, because if it's not, what could happen is that the two probes over time could end up touching, and if they touch, you'll get the short circuit. So just be aware of that. This is something that was brought in on newer Liberators, this extension of this tube, to stop people from overfilling the equipment. So they're going to get the liquid coming out through the vent valve eventually a lot quicker than they would have before. Okay, so just be aware of that. If you open up your Liberator because you get a bad capacitance reading and you see this long tube and it doesn't have this plastic piece on it, get in touch with tech service and we can arrange to have them sent to you for to get you to fit them. Okay, not a problem there. Let's go with that. Just so you're aware, older manifolds never used to have this. Here we have the same, but as you can see this time, this is an older manifold and that second tube isn't present. Okay, so you, like I said, the longer tube was fitted to stop people overfilling, because once the liquid starts entering into here, it can start to come out through the relief valves, and that's something we're not too keen on happening. Okay, so just be aware of that. Okay, so that was checking the capacitance, clearing the actual fault there if present. Moving on from there, there are in the manual, there are tables for when you have things like calibration error. So there is a table that you can use if you're having an error when you're doing the calibration, and it will tell you if it's LEDs 2 and 3, the capacitance is too high and you're doing empty, then you need to check for moisture and remove moisture. Gives you little pointers where an issue could be if there's a problem. Other part of the table is when you're trying to use the equipment just for normal. Okay, so maybe the patient is complaining about something and it'll tell them what LEDs are lighting up and what the capacitance reading is or whatever, and what you can do when you get the equipment and you can test it. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to our chart. So we've been through, we've done the capacitance test, we've checked what we need to do. If we have to change the harness, if we have to clean and dry off the probes or anything like that, then we would have to go back right to the beginning and start the calibration again and make sure that when we finish the calibration, it actually passes. And if it passes from there, then off we go. And the next part is telling us to remove the shroud, if not done already, and test the relief valves. Okay, so we will go I'm going to use my other liberator because it's got side fill and it's easier to demo on. So if I go to my liberator, do as the manual tells me, I'm going to remove the shroud. And test relief valves. Go to my, I'm not sure whereabouts test relief valves are, so I'm going to read it. It says relief valve test, page 29 and RP13. So nice and simple, go to page 29 on the manual. And it says relief valve test. So the liberator should be empty and warm before testing. Done that. We have that. Remove the shroud. We've done. Assemble the pressure gauge. Remember, I've done that. I've showed you the bottle connection to the gauge, mat adjuster, and everything else. And once I've done that, it says assemble pressure gauge and adapter. Done that. Connect gauge assembly to humidifier adapter on FCV outlet. So basically, what it's saying is if you don't have a setup like I do, then you would connect a gauge to the flow control valve. So what I would do is I would connect the flow control valve extension. And once I've connected the flow control valve extension, then I can get a pressure gauge. This rig you can also order by us, okay, with a pressure gauge and the disconnector, and I would connect this up to my flow control valve, similar to what you do for the filling process. So what I'm doing now, I would then open my flow control valve to any setting above 4, really. It doesn't really matter. I just open mine all the way. Like it says in the manual, you can open it up to, let's have a look, what's it say, 6. I mean, I just open the thing fully open, doesn't matter. And that gives you a way to monitor the pressure you're putting inside if you didn't have the rig that I've got, like here, this adjusting system, okay? So if you can imagine I was taking this away and just using this to connect, I could connect it up and monitor the pressure on my gauge as necessary. That's just the complicated way to do things. It uses even bare minimal kit, okay? But if you want to do it correctly, then the simple way to do things is with one of these sets here, because to be honest with you, it's so much easier, as you can see, to just adjust and check as you're going along on the gauge. So you can see here now, if I have to put pressure into my vessel, all I need to do is dial the gauge up slowly, and you'll hear the pressure going in. So if it tells me to increase the pressure up to 24, then I can just go straight up to 22, 23, 24. Simple. If I need to reduce the pressure, I can reduce by dialing the pressure out on the gauge as I go along. Okay, so that's one way. The other way is I monitor this gauge here, and when it's at the pressure I want, I can stop adding by removing the source of gas. That is extremely difficult to keep control of. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. You can just imagine that for the sake of a little bit of money at the offset, you're going to speed up your repair process and your testing process dramatically using this kind of equipment, okay? So just something to bear in mind when you're doing these tests. Okay, so it tells me to set everything up, open my flow control if I'm using that method, assemble a regulator, connect a pneumatic to the liberator, and slowly increase the pressure to between 21.8 and 24.2 psi. And then it's telling me that the PRV should begin to vent. So what I'm looking at now is adjusting my pressures on the gauges here. Okay, so I want to be adjusting and monitoring the pressure on this gauge. At the same time, I need to be checking on my PRV, which you can see there. Okay, at this area here. I need to be checking here at which point this valve starts to open and to vent. And it's saying 21.8 to 24.2 is when it should happen. Now, something nice and simple to use to help you with this is our liquid leak detector, the good old Snoop. Okay, you can order this stuff through us or buy it locally. We just buy large quantities of it and fit it into another bottle with something you make it easier to test. At the same time, squirt some of the Snoop onto the valve, and to do the testing, we're looking when the valve opens, okay? So remember 21.8 to 24.2. And at some point you'll either hear it start to hiss or you'll see the bubbles starting to form around where it's supposed to come out. Okay, now there you go, you can see the bubbles there and the valves pop. But I'm going by mine and it didn't open till like 26. So in that case, that valve would be defective. Okay, so in that case, I would have to look at replacing this valve here because it didn't open in the range that the manual tells it should open at. So 21.8 to 24.2 is when that valve should open. Didn't open. Okay, once it's, if it opens in the range, then the next stage is to see when it closes. So I would continue my test as before, and this time I would decrease the pressure. So we've got our valve, it opened at 26, we can say, you can see here, you can see there. And now we just want to check slowly when the bubbling stops. You can see the bubbling a bit better there, maybe. Okay, and we want to check. It's still bubbling away. Okay, and that stopped producing bubbles there, and it's at like 21. So according to the manual, it should stop before 20.5. So it failed on the open but passed on the closing, but the valve is defective anyway, so we would have changed it out and retested to make sure. Once you've checked the primary relief valve, you need to check the secondary relief valve, and to do that, you need to block off the primary relief valve. Now, that can be done with your fingers. A lot of our technicians just hold it closed. Okay, but what we have here, we use something like this bar clamp, and what I can do with the bar clamp is fit it across the valve here, and that just frees up my hands because it holds it closed for me, and I can then go to the SRV and carry on my testing. Okay, so the next test, I'll be doing something similar with the SRV and just seeing when it opens and closes. Okay, you can see that there. And it tells you in the service manual to open it, and it should open between 27 and 33 PSI. So it's a bit more difficult on this one. So let's go up 27. Start at 27. You can get in behind there with my tubing on the bottle I'm using. I can listen in, can't hear nothing, and just keep slowly raising the pressure until I know the valve's open. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it's hissing away. If I look behind the valve, I can see it bubbling. So this one opened at 31. So that would be a pass on the opening. And then the next test, it says, instead of saying to decrease the pressure, slowly, it just tells you to take the pressure down to 19 PSI. So if I drop the pressure, and when I get to 19 PSI, I'm going to check again. And make sure that it is actually closed as per the service manual. Okay, nice and simple test there. Anybody got any questions? I can't see nothing in the chat, which means everybody's asleep or they don't have any questions. So I'm hoping that everybody just doesn't have questions. Okay. So once we've been there, after the relief valve test, what we're going to do, go back to our chart, and it's going to tell us what we're going to do. So I tested relief valves. If any were bad, I would have replaced them. If I'd got to this stage and hadn't done already, because all the LEDs were okay, I would calibrate the meter. If I had any problems with calibration on the meter, I would change out the meter, etc. And then from there, I would go and do a pressure retention test. Now, pressure retention test, that fits in with what was asked earlier. Remember, if you change a component and there's very slight bubbling present after you've changed it, then you do a pressure retention test, and if it passes that, then it's passed. Okay, it doesn't matter that you've got very slight bubbles coming out anywhere, because the pressure retention test says that it's not going to interfere enough with the values. So go to pressure retention test, which is going to be up close to where we were before. Use the table or scroll through until you find what you want. So I was on page 29, 30, valve, plumbing leak, pressure retention. So pressure retention test, assemble your gauges, been there, done that. Connect everything up like we said before. Increase the pressure to 1.4 bar or 20 psi. Now it just so happens that we have 20 psi pressure inside of our tank. Okay, if not, we can adjust. If we've got the 20 psi, what we do is we close off the flow control valve, disconnect any pressure gauge that might be connected, and then we just walk away and leave the equipment to sit for 60 minutes. Okay, after 60 minutes, we come back, connect our pressure gauge again, open our flow control valve, and check the pressure. Is the pressure still in the range? So in this case, it is. So I would say, yeah, that's okay. I'm not too worried about it. But if I come back and the pressure is under 18, like here, that means that I've lost too much pressure. And if I lose too much pressure, then it would interfere with the NER values. So at that stage, I would have to do a leak test. Okay, I can see some questions. Okay, so nobody's sleeping, good to know. Okay, we face this problem, we'll come back, no question. Now we need to order parts, make them for training. Yeah, it's good to, as you go along, if you're going to be training staff as your business expands or people leave and move on and you employ new people, it is a good thing to have training units like I have here. I know which faults are on these units. I know which tests are going to fail, like with the meters. I know one works and the other one doesn't. It's just good things to have so that when you're doing explanations, you can actually show people what they're doing, okay, what they need to be looking at. So now it's telling me I've come back after an hour and I can see I've got 16 psi, so my test has failed. And because the test failed, because I need to have more than 18, I'm now going to have to do a leak test. So to do the leak test, I have to increase the pressure up to 20 psi again. In fact, no, I don't, up to 19 psi. Excuse me, getting ahead of myself. Okay, so I can increase the pressure on my equipment to 19. And then take my leak detector once I'm at 19, okay? Take the leak detector and basically go around everywhere and check for leaks. Now, like I said before, some leaks are going to be minimum, some leaks are going to be quite bad and you're going to have to change. So let's make a difference. So I can get this one to leak. So I'm doing a leak test and what do you know? Suddenly I have a leak. Okay, now I maybe just manufactured that leak, doesn't matter, but you can see there through the leak test that there is a leak in the system. So I'll get my spanner and if I'm lucky, I'm going to tighten up. And once I've got it tight, okay, give it another bit. and hope that it's worked. If it hasn't worked, in this case, okay, you're looking at possibilities you maybe get away with changing the nut and the component underneath. Okay, there is that olive component. Remember, we called it the olive. Let me see if I can. I'm going to open this one up for you. So you can see inside the nut, like there is an olive. It's difficult to see on there, but you'll know where to look if you've got your own part. You can swap that out. You can pull them off. You can cut 1 to 2 millimeters from the beginning of these tubes and reseat it all and see if that helps. Okay. That's the kind of thing that you'd be looking to do on repairs. And if that doesn't work, then you're talking about changing the whole components. Okay. Remember, when you're doing a leak test, because you have things like your adapter connected, so part of the leak test, I would have to remove the pressure briefly and then get inside with my leak detector and see if there's a leak on the inside of this valve. Remember to wipe off the inside before you reconnect. But it's important at this point, when you're doing a leak detection check, that you maintain pressure in the system. If the pressure drops too low, then you may squirt past and not pick up where the leak is. Checking vent valves if you want. There's the opening here. Sometimes these valves don't work. Good thing to do there, put your finger over the edge and just put a drop or two of leak detector and see if you can get a bubble to form there, just to make sure this valve is secure as well. Other areas to look at, see if we can get in. And in this area, remember, we've got the manifold and the buttons, the bolts, excuse me, and then check in there that also that there isn't any leaks in the manifold. Underneath this manifold, there is a rubber O-ring that helps to seal between this cap and the dewar itself. And sometimes people forget to refit it or damage it when they're fitting it. So just be sure that there's a good seal at this area as well. Okay. So back to our service manual. And lo and behold, what comes after the leak test? Yep, pressure retention, plumbing leak. After that, we would fit the shroud and fill the unit. Obviously, we have difficulty. We can't do that in the time frame we've got online. But after we're doing the fill, we would check the QDV to make sure it doesn't break up or anything or leak liquid oxygen. After we've done that, run the unit for 1 hour. And after we've run the unit for an hour, we would test the flow on the equipment. Okay, we would connect it to a flow meter and check that the flows coming out are as per the different settings on it. Okay, there's a question there. Let me see. Okay, how often do we need to check for leak test? The tank we sold every year or just when the pressure? Depending on what kind of maintenance. So if you're doing 30-month maintenance, you can check it every 2.5 years. If you're doing continuous maintenance, when somebody's doing the fill, they would just look. Okay, they don't even need to check the pressure, but like they can just look and say, yeah, it's holding pressure, it's lasting for as long as it should, and that's it. Simple like there. Or like you say, If the pressure is wrong, then you would get it back in, do your testing. But the only official time where you would actually test it, is it wrong, or 2.5 year maintenance, okay?
Okay, the colleague here is demonstrating how he's got a companion unit to test. See there, he has that very simple connection. He has a very simple connection where he's come from the gas bottle to the regulator to a tube into a filling connection. Okay, and then he can monitor the pressure there. So you can see, similar to what I did with the Liberator, he's just doing it on the companion, but doesn't have that adjustable regulator like I have. So it makes his life a little bit more difficult when he's carrying out the testing. So just be aware of that. Okay, I'm not going to bother playing this any further because the speed and the quality, I'm watching it on my other PC and it's just not workable. So just be aware that you will be able to watch these videos in full when you download the finished version of the presentation, and I'm watching it in real time on mine and the speed's okay. It's just the stream speed is very poor when it comes to getting it out through Zoom for whatever reason. Okay, possibly my PC not quick enough. Right, so do we have any questions about the reservoir training so far? Anything from the base units, what we picked up, that you need to be answered? Okay, no questions there. Then let's move on to the portable units. Basically, the portable lines are split down into two different versions. You have the conserving ones, which means the demand, and the continuous portables. Yep, I will send, I'm just seeing in the chat, we do need to review what you did to train us. Can we get all presentation PowerPoint? Yeah, I will make it available. If I've ticked your name off on the list, then you will get a link by the end of the week to this presentation. So, so that you can download it in full and watch it. Be aware it is quite a large presentation. It's 2 to 3 gigabyte. But I will send it via WeTransfer, so you should be able to download. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the portable products, conserving and continuous. Helios and Spirit are the demand or the conserving ones, and the continuous portables, the Sprint, the stroller, and the companion. Okay, so for people not aware, like here's the Helios, the companions, the Sprint and the stroller, and the Spirits. Okay. The Helios models come in two different sizes, a 300 and an H850 or 850 milliliter models. Dual lumen basically means that you have two connections for the cannula. One connection triggers, okay, that's the demand
cannula, and the other connection basically delivers the oxygen. So generally when these are set up correctly, this is the triggering sensor and this is the oxygen delivering connection. Okay, both of them. They use a scale for level indication. Is basically you hold up on the scale. It's a spring balance system, and the heavier it is, it will show the volume depending on the weight. Yep, when you tilt the portable units, then they will leak liquid oxygen, and there's a good reason for that, is because they're not designed to be turned upside down or lean on the side or anything else. They should always be held in the vertical position. The only equipment that is able to lay down on its back is the one we're talking about now, the Helios portable units. When you lay them on their back, the positioning of the tubing internally means that the liquid doesn't allow, the position on the tubing doesn't allow the liquid to travel through the area where it's meant to be for gas. Okay, whereas on the stroller, Spirit, and Companion, the tubing is in such a position that as soon as you turn them on the side or upside down, then the liquid will pour through the area which is meant to be for gas only, and that means that liquid will come shooting out the valves. Okay, so just be aware of that. Okay, different settings. Okay, the both will do a continuous mode from 0.12 to 0.75 for the H300 or 1 to 6 on the H850. Demand modus are demand settings 1 to 4. It's not demand 1 liter, demand 2 liter, demand 3 liter. It's demand setting 1 to 4, and it is 1.5 to 4 for the H850. You'll see there are different cannulas, okay, available for these with different ways to deliver. This cannula here has got a split in the middle on each nostril side, so you can get one side will be connected to the sensor tube and the other side to the oxygen tube. So when the patient breathes in, it'll overcome the valve system here. Oxygen will be released and it'll come through the both nostrils on the cannula. Okay, the same with this one here is slightly different. It's a tube inside a tube. And this one here, it will trigger with one side and give oxygen on the other. And you'll generally find that this is the cheaper variant. But the problem with this variant is that if somebody has a cold and one side of their nose blocks up, like it generally does when you have a cold or a flu, it makes it difficult to either trigger or to receive the oxygen. Whereas these two, they're going to get the benefits of the oxygen still going to come through into the side of their nose that's not blocked. So it's something you need to look at when you're purchasing and giving out these accessory products. Here's a good picture from the way this equipment is built on the inside. Now, we talked about liquid being pushed through the system and up a tube on the other vessels on the base units. And this is basically this tube system here. You can see there's a tube and it's inside another tube. So this small thin tube is where liquid would travel through, and it's way down on the side here. And the other part, the wider tube, is where the gas would travel through. So when you lay this equipment over onto its back, which means you would lay it in this direction and lay it flat, the level of the liquid would always sit underneath this gas tube and not allow it to travel through and come out the valves. Okay, so you can see there's a slight difference there. The other equipments have the tube. This tube or these two tubes would be more central. So when you lay them down, the liquid can travel straight in there. Okay, so that's why it's the only one that allows it to be laid down on the back. This valve is quite a complicated valve. There's a lot of springs and rubber washers. This spring's pushing against this rubber washer, and at a certain pressure, it will open up and allow oxygen to go through. At another pressure, when the pressure is lower, the pressure that's coming from inside the equipment is stronger and holds it closed and everything else. So the easy way to think about how this system works is that this spring and feather system, if you look on here, if I have my connection from one side of the cannula here and the other side on this side, when I breathe in, I pull down on this valve. And when I pull down on this valve, it releases the oxygen to go out here. So this oxygen that's normally coming through and holding against here can actually escape out. And when it escapes out, the spring here is stronger. It opens the valve up and the oxygen will then get released to the patient. Okay, so that's a simple thing. So it's just two different pressures. And when I breathe in, I take the pressure away from here and allow the oxygen to go through. And when I breathe out, this one can close again. The pressure here builds up and blocks off this valve here, which means that no oxygen goes to the patient. And you can get very, very complicated on how this system works, but that it's best to just leave it there. There's nothing you can do with this system really anyway, this valve. It's factory adjusted and simple. Okay, demand system just talked about, continuous. The Helios portable, when you breathe in, you will receive a larger volume of oxygen straight at the beginning. And then once you've got the larger volume, it then goes into a more natural, longer flow of oxygen. So when you breathe in, you get a quick burst of oxygen, then a slow burst, a slow volume. Okay, and depending on the setting, will tell you how big the burst is going to be. Okay, this bolus, as they call it, 9, 12, or 15. Now, the thing against this is that we don't breathe in this pattern. When we take a breath, we don't just do a quick breathe in and then a slow rest of breath. We tend to breathe in like a more circular or semicircular pattern, like we breathe like, which this system here is not so natural as other systems that we have. But it works, it's a good system. The patients do like this product. It doesn't need any batteries, so that's a good side to it. Here's the indicator. You can see inside the back case, okay, we've got this strap, and this metal part here is connected to some springs internally. When you fill the unit, it's heavy. So when you pull it up, it pulls against these springs. And as it stretches the springs, this portion here is green on the other side, which you can see here. And it will travel up in the window and show that the equipment is full just through the weight of the system. Pretty much like weighing a fish. If you go fishing, you catch a fish, then you have the scale, you hold it in the fish mouth and let the fish hold up. Simple as. Okay, the other demand system we use is the Spirit. Now the Spirit system comes in 3 different model sizes, 300, 600, and 1200. Okay, so demand, depending on the patient, is what you could put out into the field. It's a pulse digital delivery system, which we call the battery powered DOCD, or digital oxygen conserving device. Okay, the oxygen conserving comes in the fact that it only delivers oxygen when you breathe in. So the valve will open. Otherwise, other units like stroller and sprint
continuously give you oxygen. So some of it would be lost because the patient cannot breathe in and take oxygen fully all the time. Okay, advantage here, because it's a digital system, it only has one connection, so you only need one cannula. So the same cannula you use for your base unit, you can actually use for your portable as well, not a problem. Whereas with the Helios, you would have to have two different types. This comes as a top or a side fill. It has 1 to 5 demand modes, which are equivalent to liters per minute. Okay, now a lot of people will start to argue on this. I don't like to get into that argument. The theory, what people will say is that when you breathe in, you only get oxygen for the time you breathe in. So it's the same as if you would be breathing in continuous, because a lot of the continuous is getting lost. So they sort of like argue along that lines as well. But at the end of the day, the thing that gives you whether a patient's working on the setting or not is their blood levels. If the blood oxygen values are good, then the oxygen therapy that they're receiving should be pretty much adequate for what they're having. So the specialists need to make the decision. Because this is a battery powered system, you've got to remember batteries can sometimes drain out. And when they do, it's normally when you least expect it. So the patient is in the shops buying the groceries for the week, and suddenly the battery runs out on the spirit, and they get to panic because they think they're going to go without oxygen. Well, for the spirit, the good thing is you can turn it all the way open to a continuous flow mode, and it will deliver 2 liters per minute continuous. It just bypasses the whole electronic system no matter what, and allows continuous at around about 2 liters per minute to the patient. So it's like a safety system in there. Level indicator is scale. It has a we'll see in a second, and you only get it with this soft leather type material. Here you can see the scale, again, like this fish scale type thing. Hold it up. If the equipment is heavy, it will show all green. If it's empty, then it would show red. Nice and simple system. And you can adjust it. So if you were to fill the unit, hold it up, and it was showing like middle green, you can adjust the screw inside until it's fully green, and that's like doing a calibration there. Here you can see the digital device and a quick diagram that shows you that it would just bypass all the electronics and allow the oxygen through, depending on if it's at 2 liters per minute or not. Okay. I talked about the advantages and disadvantages with Helios. Now we'll put the spirit against it. You can see here, this is how the Helios delivers the oxygen with this bolus and then a tail, whereas the spirit will give a more natural, nearly semicircular delivery of oxygen. Okay, it's more as how we breathe. Okay. Going back 10, 15 years, in fact, more like 12 to 15 years, Helios was sold by Covidian and Spirit was sold by Chart or Care at the time. Okay, so these two units were competing against each other, and the salespeople used to use the charts to say, well, it's only got single lumen, and the Helios uses dual lumen, which is expensive, and then the Covidian guy would say, yeah, but we don't need a battery, so it costs less, blah blah, and so on. Now we just tell you we have everything in our product range, so if you need something, we can pretty much supply it when it comes to liquid oxygen and the various needs. Okay. That's the demand systems. Moving on from the demand systems, we have the stroller and sprint. The stroller and sprints are continuous only. So when you open the valve, it will always deliver. And they come in like the different volumes. 1.2 is the stroller and 0.6 is the sprint. But generally they are exactly the same, okay? Just the different volumes for the tank, okay? Continuous rates from 0.25 up to 6 litres. There is a pediatric option, again, 0 to 2 litres per minute. You can convert your existing products to 2 litres if you require, or you can purchase them straight off the shelf. You just need to make that request when you're making your order. These come with the LED meter or the scale. Okay, so if, like I said in my example earlier, if you break your liberator and it goes into the scrap bin, you can remove the meter, and if you want, you could fit it to this stroller and then just do the calibration like I showed you, and that would be adequate. Okay, you just need to make sure that when you do the second stage of the calibration, you select the correct LED for a stroller and a sprint. We also do a high flow stroller, okay, from 0.5 up to 15 litres per minute. This only comes in a soft case and has the LED meter, okay. Now, if you can imagine 1.2 litres times 860 and then divide that by 15, that'll give you the very, very rough guideline on the kind of durations, but these things empty quite fast when they're in use. Okay, so kind of thing, you would need this for a patient who's on 15 litres of oxygen. They're going to have a lot of mobility problems more than likely, and generally they would be at home, but if they need to visit the doctor, then they could quickly use a stroller. Or if the liberator that they're using is like a massive ice block because of the high flow rates, they can turn it off and switch to the high flow and give the liberator a chance to thaw out a bit and melt some of that ice that's built up. Okay, so that's kind of things, the high flows are there. You're going to see, especially in some of the climates where it's really warm and moist, if you're using these kind of equipments in them conditions, you're going to see a lot of icing. Remember, these tubes that you can see through the vents are having either a really cold liquid at minus 183 degrees, or they're going to have an oxygen gas going through them at a very, very cold temperature. And once that hits the moist, warm air, it's going to cause ice buildup. So expect to see a lot of ice on these. Okay. Again, the two different versions side by side, spring scale, which can be calibrated, or the meter that we looked at early on today. Companions no longer sold, but quite a few of them out in the with our customers. Okay, comes in two different models, a normal C1000 or a C1000T. C1000T goes up to 15 litres, and excuse me, the C1000 goes up to 6 litres per minute. Okay. The filling procedure, I think we shall skip because the video won't work. Filling procedure, here we have a few slides though. Very important to wipe the filling connectors. Not only on the base unit, but also on the portable. So wipe both filling connectors. Oh, I went one slide too quick. Make sure your flow control valve is off. Connect the top fill connectors in this example. If it was side fill, you would engage the side fill connector. Maintain the downward force if it's a top fill system, and then open the vent valve. Now, when you open the vent valve, we recommend that you open and close it a few times during the first 45 to 60 seconds when you're carrying out the fill. We found that when we're doing a fill on the portables, if they're going to freeze up, it's generally around about this time. And they freeze up in this vent valve area here. And by opening and closing, what happens is you break the ice connection if there is one. Again, if the hissing sound changes from a constant hiss to a spitting sound, then that is when the portable equipment is full. Okay. Excuse me. The filling process here, you can see we have our filling valve on the Helios model. The liquid is going in, it goes into a separate tube and is dropped into the internal of the vessel. Now, if everything else is closed, the only place that the gas can go is out through the vent valve. Okay, because you've got the vent valve open, the only place the gas can go is out through there. And so the level of liquid will rise. At a certain point, it will get to here, and the liquid will travel through the gas area and start to exit out the vent valve if it was open. If the vent valve was closed at this point, you would get the liquid traveling through and trying to exit out of here, out of these valves. And that's the kind of thing we don't want to go on. Termination on the fill. Okay, so once the liquid's up, spits out, we would release the vent valve, and that was it. Again, look here, there's an area at the top of the vessel where gas pressure can build up. Okay, we don't want to continue filling past this point so that there's no area for the gas pressure to build up, because what happens is it just pressurizes the liquid all the way to the valves and it spits out, and we don't want that to happen. Saturation we covered. If the saturation pressure in the portable is too high, you'll see the following: increased evaporation rate, the loss of the product, a lower duration, and high and low flow rates depending. You can have both depending on the situation, okay? And the vent valves could relieve, could be venting out of there and freeze up after you do the fill. If it's too low, then you're not going to evaporate enough liquid into a gas, so you're going to have a very low evaporation rate. There will be no flow or very low flows to the patient. Portable units won't be able to be filled. And again, the equipment can freeze up, causing issues as you use them. Okay, any questions? I'm pushing through this quite quickly because I know it's getting late for some people, and I'm trying to bring the timings down a little bit. Okay, ladies, gentlemen, don't worry too much if we're pushing through this so quickly. If you require support afterwards, we're always there, okay? We're just an email away, so please don't worry too much. You will get the presentation, like I said, and we are there to support you throughout, so we'll do our best to help you as much as possible. Okay, there's no way, even if I spent the next 5 days, that I could fully train everybody to be super technical servicing people. You know, it takes time to learn these skills and to develop them over the time. So don't worry too much. Okay, portable components. Let's talk about it again. We talked about it early on, the different parts that make up the vessels. So we have a filling valve, We have a primary relief valve, a secondary relief valve. We have an economizer in some of the portables. We have the warming coils, flow control, conserver, Helios and spirit only, and level indicators. We can translate this box pretty much into what we've got for our base units, okay? So when it comes to these, it's quite easy to move on. Okay, so let's look at the demand portables. Stand by for Helios. So we have the Helios unit. Our vent valve is closed. We have liquid inside the unit. It's bubbling away, changing into a gas. The gas can go down this tube, but it will stop at the filling valve because that's only one way. So that's not going to let any gas out there as long as everything functions correctly. Their gas can travel around the tubing, gets to the flow control valve. It is closed, so it doesn't allow any out. Older models of the Helios had a connection at the front of the vessel, and you could connect a tube from this connection here directly to the base unit and take oxygen from the base unit straight through this little one-way valve here out through the flow control valve, and you didn't need any of the rest of it. Okay, it wasn't a very popular option, so we removed this from the newer models, but the older models have this little valve here. It's a one-way valve, and it will stop the gas getting out through the front of the equipment. So the only place where the valve can go is through the tubing. Pressure will build up, and eventually the primary relief valve will allow that pressure to escape around about 27 psi. That's when we just fill the unit and leave it on the side and don't breathe any gas from it. If we then have enough pressure to keep the economizer open and we open the flow control valve, the gas will travel through the system. Okay, it will go through the economizer and up to the flow control valve. And that will happen between 22 and 27 psi. If the pressure drops, once again, the economizer closes, it stops the gas flow. And because the gas flow can't get any further, it creates a bit of a back pressure. And this back pressure pushes against the liquid through this small tube around the system, changes from a liquid into a gas and off to the patients through that means. It's exactly how the function is going on with the base units is happening with the portable units. Okay. So oxygen withdrawal for stroller, sprint, and companion. Basically, when we have the liquid here producing the gas, when the patient opens the flow control valve, it allows the gas to push against the liquid and some of the gas as well to travel up the tubes pretty much at the same time. And what we see then is liquid changing to gas out to patients, okay? And anything that's excess would eventually go through the PRV. If the pressure here was too high, then it would exit through the PRV or it would block at the PRV here, okay? So it's a similar system, but because the way the portables are built, they do to achieve continuous mode, then we need them to be going straight into the liquid flow. Service bulletins for the portable equipment. We have the Helios vent restrictor in 2007. This was a big issue with the Helios portable equipment because the Helios portable equipment, you could fill them very, very quickly, but once you filled them, they had to be left to stabilize. Remember, the Helios standard unit had a higher pressure. And so if you could imagine taking that higher pressure from the Helios base unit and pushing it into the Helios portable unit, then it basically was too much pressure and it needed time to stabilize and drop down into a more suitable range. So what they done was they changed it and put a restriction system into the valves. And it meant that the patients could no longer fill up the Helios portable unit so quickly. So the liquid that was coming across at a higher pressure was being given some time straight away to drop its temperature. Because the filling was taking a lot longer, the temperature was given some time to drop down. And that meant that the patients didn't have to wait so long before they can use them. They still had a little bit of a wait time, but not as long as previously. And you're talking now, if you look at this slide, before they were able to fill it and it was taking like 20 seconds, then it went to 2 minutes, okay? And that gave it from 0 to 15 minutes, whereas before on the H850, you could fill in 50 seconds, and now it was taking 4 minutes. So there was a lot of complaints when patients were getting equipment swapped out, and they were getting a new type equipment instead of the old type, because they were used to 50 seconds or 20 seconds, and suddenly it was taking 2 minutes and 4 minutes. And for some people, especially older people, this can be quite a long, tiring process to fill these units. So there was some complaints there, but it was something that had to be done because patients were not waiting for the units to stabilize correctly. I mean, if you can imagine that you do a fill in 50 seconds and have to wait up to 60 minutes before you can use the portable, it can be a bit of an annoyance. So that's why they changed it. We changed the coil systems, 2011, okay? Old design on the H850 to this new design, easier to manufacture and still simple to use. Again, a thin system as opposed to this ragged brush system. Again, easier to work and make. The filling valves, the connections to metal from plastic, make them more durable and last longer. And that's kind of things we done there. Okay, maintenance. Okay, this slide is now out of date. Hold on a second. Change that straight away because, oh, excuse me. The maintenance for the portables has been brought into line with the base units. It used to be 2 years, but we changed it to match the base units and to match the procedure in Europe for the ADR testing that has to be carried out. So 30 months now, 2.5 years, first service, 5 years second, 7.5 third, and 4 years a 10-year test. Okay, so that's all been changed. And again, you can make a choice, Schedule A, 30 months, or Schedule B, do continuous running inspections as you're working through with the equipment. Again, I can't stress enough, it is normally very important to do the documentation that you've carried out this this maintenance. Checklists, they'll be updated inside the actual manuals, please have a look for the one relevant. Shouldn't be an issue. If you've got any questions on this, again, just give us a call. Send us an email. We'll be happy to answer your questions as much as we can. Okay. Okay, troubleshooting examples. You can see we've gone through this quite quickly. We're pretty much near the end of the presentation and the training for today. So we've done really well, but hopefully you may have a few questions by the end. Okay, so some troubleshooting. Portable is taking 15 minutes to fill. This is sort of like one of these based on the Helios H850, where a customer is used to doing 50 seconds and now suddenly it's 4 minutes. 4 minutes feels like 15 minutes if you're not used to it. I've actually been on a call with a customer who complained that it was taking forever, at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes to do a fill. And we did a stopwatch test while he did a fill, and it was under 4 minutes. And he was really annoyed because he says, well, it feels like 15. Well, unfortunately, feels like 15 isn't actually 15. So please check the timing when you're doing the fill if you're going to make complaints on this. Okay, portable not fully engaged. If the patient is old and doesn't have enough strength to engage the two units together, or even just somebody who's a bit smaller than normal may struggle with a H850 against a Liberator 60, for example. It is quite a difficult filling combination. Vent valve not open. If you do not open the vent valve, the pressure cannot drop. If the pressure doesn't drop, then it won't transfer. It will just back pressure and fight against the pressure in the filling unit. Leak or restriction in the fill circuit. Low pressure in the reservoir. Okay, if the saturation pressure in your base unit is low, it won't push the liquid over quick enough, or it won't push the liquid over at all, and you will get problems with it. Again, is it actually 15 minutes? Time it properly and see if what you're checking is really taking so long as you think. Remember the Helios portable with the vent restriction. A warm tank, okay, a warm portable unit will take longer to fill than a cold one. That's just physics. We have to cool down the inside of the tank before the liquid oxygen will settle properly. Manual says 5 hours, but get 2.5. Portable was filled several hours. Remember, we have evaporation and some of it's normal. Now, if the portable unit gets filled and doesn't get used and left on the side, then you're going to see it's going to evaporate some of the liquid, and when you come to use it, you're not going to get what you expect. Typical example of this is somebody fills the portable unit to then go shopping, and just as they're about to leave the house, the telephone rings and it's a family member. They get into a long conversation. 2 hours later, they pick up the portable unit to go shopping, and suddenly them 2 hours are going to be missing in there. There's going to be time missing when they're out and about, so they need to be aware. Saturation pressure too high. High pressure, high evaporation, high loss, low run times. Increased breath rates may decrease duration on pulse. When you look at, there is a table online available, and it will tell you, let me see if I can find it. Bear with me a second. I just want to try and find this table. want to get there. We have what we call the LOX time use sheet online available. And basically it will give you examples. Let me just open it for you. Here we go. Stop that share. Share. Second screen. Okay, so if you look at this LOX time use, again, this is available on the Knowledge Center under the tab of literature. If you scroll down to liquid oxygen, you'll see LOX time use available in a variety of languages. Okay, and on it, it will give you the different models of equipment and the different settings available. And then it will tell you approximately how long you can expect them to last. So let's go Liberator 60, setting 15, and there you go. Look, it's 2.3 days is what you would expect this equipment to last. So a Liberator 60, 2.3 days. Tells you here, duration time for portables are hours, reservoir are shown in days. It's a very good tool to use, but remember, again, if you're talking about time use for base units, for any of these from this reservoirs part down here, if you only use the base unit and nothing else, then these can be classed as quite accurate, okay? If you start using these and filling the portable units in between, you're going to lose time off of this, okay? And the more you fill, the less time you're going to have here. It's something that you need to bear in mind, or the patients need to be aware of when they're doing or when you're doing calculations. So just think about that. But the second page on this will show you as well, okay, different capacities, evaporation rates, what we say are typical in pounds and kilos, different settings, empty, full. So there's some good information there on that one document. Okay, so another thing to look at is duration times for demand mode are based on 20 breaths per minute and are shown in italics. Okay, so they're here when we start talking about the different models, and here you can see 22. It's based on 20 breaths per minute. If the patient's running up the stairs and suddenly taking 40 breaths a minute, then it's going to reduce the duration, okay? They're going to be overworking the system and taking more oxygen out of it. So you have to be careful when you get complaints about durations and take these factors into account. So, does anybody have any questions from what we've covered so far on time use or anything else? No? Very good. Can see chat there. Okay, can we fill portable? I'm just seeing a question. Let me go back up. I think there may be other ones first. Yeah. Can we fill the portable unit from the higher pressure tank for quicker filling time, less than 5 minutes? Okay, instead of a Liberator. The issue with that is if you start filling units with higher pressure, you're going to transfer a high pressure liquid with a high temperature over into the other vessel, and then you're going to have a high loss. Okay, if you can imagine, if you take a a cola bottle or some fizzy drink, and you shake that bottle, inside the bottle is a very high pressure, and that would change the boiling temperature of the liquid inside. Now, when you take the lid off the bottle, you remove the pressure straight away, but the temperature of the liquid that it would boil at would stay the same for some time. It takes a lot of time for it to change back to the normal boiling temperature that it should be. And that would be the same what you would have there. So you have to be very careful if you're going to do that kind of thing, okay? We don't recommend filling portable units from anything other than our base units. They're not designed to work with other tanks or other pressures. And if you damage them or somebody gets injured because of it, because a valve blows because it's too high pressure and injures somebody, then you're going to be liable there. It's going to be a difficult one to explain. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend doing anything like that. There's also some people, I'll give you another example of something that some people may do. Because I talked about high flow and using base units at high flow. And when you use them at very high flows, they get frozen very quickly and they become big ice blocks underneath the plastic. And a lot of people don't like that. And they think one way to change it is to take 2 units, put one of them on 7 liters and put the other one on 8 liters, and then join them together with a Y connector. So 2 tubes would come off into one, and then the patient would get what they think is 15 liters. Well, for one thing, 8 liters plus 7 liters doesn't always translate into 15. You would have to measure the flow coming out to make sure guaranteed it is 15 liters. And for another thing, you're changing the design of the product. You know, we sell these equipments to be used individually and not linked together with tubes. So doing it changes the way the equipment was designed, and some countries could look at that as the incorrect method of use. And so if somebody was to get injured, again, they could start to get pointing fingers at other people about liability. Okay, so just be careful if you're making any adjustments or doing things that are not in the manuals. We just never really recommend it because it could lead to legal issues if somebody gets injured afterwards. Okay, so just be very careful. Okay. So let's go back if I can. Where's my Zoom? Okay, so we've been there. Portable was filled. Saturation pressure too high. We talked about that. Breath rates. Flow control valve delivering higher than specified flow. Like everything else, even oxygen traveling through a flow control valve will cause wear and tear on that valve. Eventually, it may take years and years, but eventually it could be worn out or damaged and need replacement. It's just a fact of life. Leaking in the plumbing. Relief valve may be open. Okay, all things high system NER, all things that could contribute to these equipments not doing what we say they do in the manual. Okay. The tank is frozen, making a big ball of ice and puddles. All of these faults seem to come from the same as what was with the base units, you know, because what happens on a base unit pretty much happens on a small one. So frost and condensation is normal. Remember, most of the smaller portable units, They have a condensation cloth inside to soak up some of the moisture that's been built up. But like everything else, if it becomes old and deteriorated, it won't hold so much moisture, or if it's just full because it was like a high flow being run, then it needs to be wrung out. Otherwise, you're going to get this kind of thing with puddles on the table. Could be humidity of the area. I mean, I see there's people from Thailand here, which I believe is very warm and very moist. So you can imagine you're going to see a lot of ice build up on the equipments. Okay, QDV or vent valves leaking after a fill, leaks in the system. The relief valves are open for whatever reason, frozen open, broken and not opening late enough, opening too early, staying open, all the kind of things that can happen. High value NER. My Helios Marathon will not pulse every time I breathe in. Patient breathing through their mouth is a big issue, especially things like I do have some colleagues from England on the phone on this training. So normally I would use the example of watching England play football. It makes you fall asleep. So at this point, a lot of people, when they fall asleep, they start to breathe through their mouth instead of their nose. Okay, and what happens then if you're breathing through your mouth? You're not going to cause the equipment to trigger. Okay, so at that stage, then that would just be normal because the equipment's not getting the sense through the connector that it needs to deliver. Some patients just don't have a strong enough breath to trigger it. They're using a single lumen cannula. That's a danger with the Helios units. If they take the cannula from the base units and fit it to the Helios portable, then it needs two connections, and the one that they've taken off the base unit only has one, so it's not going to work. Cannula's blocked, kinked. Saturation pressure too low, meaning that it won't produce the oxygen quick enough or at a high enough pressure to feed the flow control valve. Faulty flow control valve. It's a fact that some parts may get damaged and stop delivering oxygen. At 2 liters, I only get 0.5. Low pressure, saturation. Portable just been filled and needs to stabilize. Most of the units do need to be filled and left for a few minutes. Like, read the manual, it'll tell you in the operating instructions how long to leave each one after a fill. Give you a recommendation. Leaking in the system. Flow control valve inlet filter clogged. Blockage in the withdrawal circuit. The withdrawal circuit is the tube where the liquid would go through once the economizer closes, for example. If that gets blocked for any reason, then it's going to slow down or flow or give absolutely no flow. So just be aware. Faulty component, flow control valve in this respect. I filled my tank yesterday and this morning it's empty. I need oxygen now. Bearing in mind, we're talking about a portable unit. If they fill the portable yesterday and it's empty this morning, then pretty much normal operation. Remember, these things are not going to last as long as a base unit. They're not really designed to be filled up and used while you're watching your favorite TV series on Netflix or Prime or whatever subscriber you have. You know, these are meant to be filled up and used to make the patients mobile. Let's get the patient out, walking about, the machine is swinging in the air, helping it with the airflow, keeping it like from freezing up too much. That's kind of thing we expect. If they're at home, then use the base unit is really what we tend to recommend. Okay, locks evaporating over time. They left the flow control valve on. Saturation pressure too high. Leaks in the system. PRV is open. Okay, again, it's just another way to say the system is leaking. And the high system NER, if it's boiling off very quickly because of a very high pressure fill, then it's going to empty very, very quickly. Especially the smaller Spirit 300 and Helios 300s, they're not going to last very long at all if you'd use far too much pressure on the fill. My tank is hissing, excuse me. Okay, this is portable is in an improper operating position. Remember, only Helios portables can be laying down on the back. Everything else must be maintained in the upright position. Portable transported recently. If you fill a portable and swing it from side to side, or travel around with it in a car, maybe it falls over and you pick it up or whatever, then you'll hear it. I mean, if you shake it side to side quite vigorously, then you will notice it will hiss as the liquid inside moves about. Okay. If you put it down into a stable position or hold it stable in a carrying bag, then it should normally stop. Pressure too high, causing increased evaporation. High pressure has to go somewhere, so it will go out the valve and cause a hissing noise. Leaks in the system. The relief valve frozen open. The system NER is high, okay, causing increased boil off, causing increased pressure and increased noise. Oxygen through one nostril. Normal, depending on the cannula. Okay. Dual lumen cannulas, remember, you can get ones that will do delivery and sensing in each nostril. Okay, Helios, continuous flow. I'm using a setting of continuous 2, and my flow stops all of a sudden. Patient using a cannula, dual lumen is needed, breathe through the mouth, cannula is kinked, portable is empty, saturation pressure, faulty flow control valve, okay? Now, I'm going to go back to this one because there's one part missing. If you use the Helios on continuous flow and it doesn't detect a breath, it will eventually turn off the valve, okay? Now, what we say is, as long as it delivers oxygen for longer than 10 seconds in continuous mode without any breath, then it is fine, okay? So if you're doing a test on a Helios equipment, you turn it to continuous mode, it will deliver oxygen. But if you don't maintain like a breath, then it will stop delivering oxygen. Like, so you've got to make sure that it lasts longer than 10 seconds. If it does, then it is okay. Okay, so just be aware of that when you're testing Helios in continuous mode. Okay, Helios is in demand, but given continuous. If you've got a high saturation pressure, it will overcome the valves inside the flow control valve. Okay, it will fight against everything in there and open up these valves when they're not meant to be. Or your valve could be faulty, just could be a faulty component. Too much flow coming out of the portable. High saturation pressure. High system pressure. Faulty FCV. Okay. Nothing there that causes any alarm, nothing special amongst all of these. I just filled my portables, now leaking from the blue connector. This again is generally because the patients forget to wipe the filling connectors. And when they do that, they either freeze open the valves or they freeze the two units together. So in this condition, it's saying it's froze open the valve. Okay, stopping the valve from closing. Remember to wipe the QDVs, dirty or damaged portable. The poppet inside the portable is damaged. QDV's faulty. If it's provider, connect and disconnect might help. If it's a patient, okay, they can just rest and leave the unit on the reservoir. Otherwise, vent the pressure inside and sit it outside in a well-ventilated area. Now, this used to be very simple to do on some of the units because they had a vent valve that you could open and it would stay open. But we're moving towards a vent valve that will automatically close if you remove your finger from it. So this one is getting less possible to do, but it is still possible with some of the older ones. Okay, and just looking now because that's more videos. Let me see. Stop the share. G4 calibration. Okay, that's pretty much the complete presentation. Again, there was some videos there, but they're just not working with my laptop at the moment for some reason. Apologies, but you will have access to them. So you can watch my colleague doing some testing. It may be useful moving on to help you out. Hopefully what I demonstrated earlier was of use to you. Just remember, I showed or give you a demonstration on a base unit, but the only thing that would be any different would be the values and the connections that you would need if you were going to do the testing on a portable unit. So there's no actual point in me going through showing that. There is one final slide on the presentation, and it runs through the calibration on the Gen 4 meter. We already covered that. I did a video demonstration, but you can see the different parts I was talking about with the operating button, the different LEDs, and the hidden calibration button. When you press it, you will hear a very good loud clicking noise, so you'll know that you've hit the button. One thing to notice, if you press this hidden button and your finger slips off it and it closes again, then you have to wait around about 10 seconds normally to do it. Okay. Other than that, the values are in here. I'm hoping you can still see me. Just looking at the chart. I'm just looking here. There's what's the filling pressure range to recommend for filling the Liberator is between 35 and 50 psi. Okay, or the bar equivalent to roughly about, I just say to keep it nice and easy, 2.5 to 3.5 bar. It's something like 2.4, whatever, up to, you can use a conversion chart, but 2.5 to 3.5 bar or 35 to 50 psi is the pressure range from the source tank. Okay, the tank you're using to fill the liberator should be around about that. Okay, anybody, any other questions? Okay, I know it's getting late in some areas, and I thank you. I really do thank you for taking part in this training. We generally have low interest from European customers. I mean, there's not some. We only have a certain amount of customers in the UK that take part in the training. But it's been fantastic to see English-speaking customers coming in from a variety of areas. We've had today Thailand, Pakistan, to name but a few. Please, apologies if I've missed your country, but it has been great to definitely to get you people to come on to our training, and for us, very positive. Okay, like I said, the journey does not end here. This is just the beginning. If you've not had any training before and this is the first time, it's a lot to take in. It's a mass of information, and nobody at all can expect you to be the full-on professionally trained technician after this short version training today. Okay, so if you need me, I'm at the end of an email. My team's there as well for you, and my colleagues in the US. We're all there to support you to the best. Okay, and like I said, by the end of the week, you'll get the presentation. Hopefully, I have a day off tomorrow. It's a holiday in Germany tomorrow, so I should do this on Friday. If you don't get it by Wednesday next week, please send me an email and say, "Hey, Jim, you forgot to send me something." Okay, so please do that. And once again, thank you very much for attendance. If you have any questions, please get in touch. And thank you for the nice comments in the chat room. I really do appreciate it. And also, if you have any complaints about the training, anything you would like to see happen that didn't happen, then also please feel free, put it into the chat or send me an email. We are open for all forms of feedback. Okay, if that's it for everybody and nobody has any questions, then I'm going to close the chat. Close the training for today, and say good evening to what's left of it for some of you, and wish you all the success moving forward. Take care, everybody, and stay safe. Bye.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.